Chapter 1003. Among the onlookers, perhaps only Ling Xiao's friends had some confidence in him. The rest of the people didn't think that Ling Xiao could win. They felt that Ling Xiao was simply too complacent when he agreed to fight one-on-one with Li Qingxiu or Shimin Bumi. Did he really think that he could look down on other cultivators just because he had killed the blood skull? Ling Xiao would definitely pay the price for his carelessness and complacency. No matter how good one's aptitude was, no matter if one was a genius or not, the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. This was absolutely impossible to ignore. Aren't you going to stop him? It's still too early for him to fight those two. Feng Yanran's delicate body squeezed out of the crowd and anxiously shouted at Cold Plum and the others. Miss Yanran, don't you know him? When has he ever listened to other people's advice? Once he has decided on something, whether it's right or wrong, he will stick to it. Hai Miankeo said with a wry smile. Besides, he has never tried to be brave. Since he dared to accept Shimin Bumi's challenge, then what does Li Qingxiu count for? Mengkong, sure enough, you know me well. Miss Yanran, don't worry. I will definitely win in the end. Just like when I defeated the Blood Skull, this Li Qingxiu will also be defeated by me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Alas, you are a bull. Stubborn bull. Feng Yanran stomped her feet and said, I don't care about you anymore. Although she said that she didn't care, Feng Yanran took a few steps forward, ready to save him if there was any unforeseen event. She didn't care about the rules. Whoever hurt Ling Xiao was going against her. Li Qingxiu, you really shouldn't have stepped forward. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly raised his hand. A red sun all pierced through the air. This was his most commonly used attack, and it was also the attack he was best at. Hee, little bastard, this move of yours is completely useless against me. Today, I will let you know how stupid you are, absolutely. Looking at the crimson sun all, Li Qingxiu sneered. A 1-meter-long sword appeared in her hand. She lightly shook it, and a layer of silver-white sword qi enveloped the sword. Moreover, the sword qi was constantly flowing. A moment later, a spiral-shaped sword qi pierced through the air. Its target was the red sun all that was flying in the air. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his right hand as he felt the sharp screeching sound of the spiral sword qi from the friction with the air. Shadow all. The crimson sun all collided with the spiraling sword qi, but the shadow all continued to speed forward and continued to attack Li Qingxiu. Although the spectators couldn't see the shadow all, they had all seen Ling Xiao's battle with the blood skull. Naturally, they knew that Ling Xiao's gentle wave of his hand wasn't a casual gesture. He must have used some kind of attack. Petty tricks! Li Qingxiu sneered. She stabbed her long sword into the ground in front of her. Suddenly, an even larger spiral-shaped sword qi appeared around her body, wrapping her whole body in it. The shadow all collided with the spiral-shaped sword qi. After a moment of struggle, it was finally completely dissolved. This time, the spectators could clearly see what had happened. Ling Xiao's shadow all was actually dissolved. This is bad. The crowd couldn't help but let out worried voices. One had to know that when the Crimson Sun all and the Shadow all were used together, it was really impossible to guard against. However, Li Qingxiu had actually blocked it so easily. This wasn't a good thing. See, I already said that Ling Xiao's cultivation is too low right now. He's no match for Li Qingxiu. Hurry up and get ready to save him, Feng Yanran said anxiously. Sister Yanran, don't worry. Brother Ling hasn't fully displayed his skills yet. Dai Yaoling comforted. Hai Miankeo also nodded and said, This is just the beginning. Haven't you noticed? Ling Xiao is testing his moves on Li Qingxiu. He just wants to know the power of the Crimson Sun all and the Shadow all. Before she finished speaking, the battle had already ended. Ling Xiao had used the Light and Shadow all. Even though Li Qingxiu knew that Ling Xiao would use this move, there was nothing he could do. The power of this move was so terrifying that it completely exceeded Li Qingxiu's imagination. His spiral-shaped sword qi was easily torn apart like paper. Then, the black and white light and shadow all pierced through his body. With a terrifying momentum, it sent him flying into the crowd. So what if you know about my light and shadow all? It's still useless. Looking at the dying Li Qingxiu, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. As he continued to fight in public, more and more people knew about him. There would definitely be people who would think of ways to deal with him. In this way, the moves that he had already used would not be effective. At this time, he could only rely on his powerful power and terrifying control. Just like in this battle, Li Qingxiu clearly knew that he was going to use the light and shadow all and even took precautions in advance. However, in the face of the terrifying light and shadow all, he was still killed on the spot. Turning around, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Shimin Bumi and said, "It's time for you to make a move. Don't always let others die for you." Shimin Bumi frowned. He should be able to block Ling Xiao's light and shadow all, but as far as he knew, Ling Xiao had an even more powerful move. It was the move that he had used to deal with the blood skeleton. It seemed to be called something like Taotia's Doomsday. Even though many people were studying this move, they still could not figure out the principle and execution of this move. Was he really going to fight? He started to worry. What? A dignified 8 Desolation Heaven early stage practitioner is actually afraid of me, a practitioner at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Humph, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shimin Bumi snorted coldly, but in the end, he did not retreat. If he retreated today, he would have to avoid Ling Xiao if he met him on the road in the future. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the early stage of 8 Desolation Heaven, which was much stronger than Li Qingxiu's. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to him. I hope you won't be as useless as Li Qingxiu. Ling Xiao laughed mischievously and suddenly made a move. Taotia's Doomsday! No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would not have the slightest preparation, using his strongest killing move right from the start. Even Shimin Bumi did not expect this. However, Ling Xiao had carefully prepared for this move. It had started when he fought with Li Qingxiu. He knew that with his cultivation, it was not impossible to defeat Shimin Bumi, but it would not be that easy. If he wanted to defeat his opponent and create a deterrent effect, he could only use his killing move from the start. Shimin Bumi felt the aura of death when he saw the huge sword aura condensed into a Taotai pouncing towards him. He did not have the strength to resist at all. He did not even move, and his face was deathly pale. Little bastard, it's just a spar on the street. How can you be so ruthless? Stop. Just when Shimin Bumi thought that he was going to die, a thunderous roar sounded, followed by a violent aura. Old dog Sicom. Ling Xiao secretly cursed this guy for coming at the wrong time. Chapter 1004. Old dog Sicom? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer as he listened to the furious and commanding voice of Ling Xiao. Do you think I'll stop just because you told me to? Disdainfully snorting, the Taotai apocalypse continued to pounce towards Shimin Bumi. During this process, Ling Xiao once again activated his heavenly origin energy, causing the terrifying sword energy to fly even faster. Audacious vile creature! Ling Xiao's actions clearly caused Sikong Zun to be extremely dissatisfied. With a furious roar, he chose to attack Ling Xiao by attacking Shimin Bumi. Ignoring him, Sikong Zun condensed a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl and struck down at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to block the attack of a yin-yang realm powerhouse. In order to kill Shimin Bumi, he didn't want to waste the power of a human king, so he had no choice but to dodge. The thick bolt of lightning struck the street, creating a crater that was dozens of meters deep. This was probably because Sikong Zun didn't dare to use his full strength. After all, this was a busy street. If he used his full strength, there wouldn't be anyone left alive on this street. At that time, he, the Lightning Demon King of the True Demons Empire, would definitely be chased out of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength, but controlled the lightning to the extreme, only targeting Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao reacted very decisively, without the slightest hesitation, easily dodging this attack. You can't stop the people that I, Ling Xiao, want to kill! Ling Zhao's cold voice came from the crowd. Sikong Zun suddenly thought of something. That day in the plaza, he had also tried to rescue Blood Skull, but in the end, he had returned without success. Could it be that today was going to be the same? He turned around to take a look, only to discover that Shimin Bummy had already disappeared under the attack of the Taotai apocalypse. Hateful brat, how could you be so vicious and kill so many of our Phoenix Academy's disciples? No one can save you today! Sikong Zun didn't care how many Phoenix Academy disciples died. He only cared about his reputation. Once again, Ling Xiao had killed the people he wanted to protect in front of him. This was something he could not bear. The violent energy suddenly soared, and the powerful thunder and lightning continued to explode around him. Countless onlookers ran far away, unwilling to be affected by the battle. The strength of a yin-yang realm expert was not something ordinary people could imagine. That terrifying aura made it difficult for Ling Xiao to breathe. However, after a moment, the mountain river martial spirit dispelled this discomfort. Any martial artist wanting to rely on aura to suppress him, Ling Xiao, was an absolutely impossible matter. In the crowd, Qin Hua wanted to launch a sneak attack on Sikong Zun from behind, but Ling Xiao stopped him with a voice transmission. Although Qin Hua was already a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, he couldn't compare to a yin-yang realm martial artist. If he made a move now, not only would it be meaningless, but he would also expose himself. Old dog Sikong, you better think carefully. If news of the Phoenix Academy's Weistein attacking a Qingshu College disciple on the street gets out, you won't be able to show your face anywhere. Ling Xiao laughed as he prepared to escape. He naturally knew that Sikong Zun didn't care about his reputation and would definitely attack. Thus, escaping was the only way. Fortunately, Haim Myungkeo and the others had wisely chosen to leave when Sikong Zun arrived. This way, he didn't have to worry about the consequences. No matter how glib your tongue is, you'll definitely die today, Sikong Zun sneered. Back then, he had been forced to cut off an arm in the plaza. Although his arm had recovered, he still couldn't forget that kind of humiliation. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to calm his anger. Void Shadow Crocodile! Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted coldly, turned around, and ran. Sikong Zun was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly dodged. However, because the distance was too close, his shadow was bitten by the Void Shadow Crocodile. His arm, which had recovered, was bitten off again. The most terrifying thing about the Void Shadow Crocodile was that no matter how strong one's defense was, it was useless. This was because a strong defense couldn't be applied to the shadow. The Void Shadow Crocodile attacked the shadow. This move was best used to deal with martial artists with strong defenses. Evil creature, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human! The furious Sikong Zun chased after Ling Xiao, completely ignoring the blood flowing from his arm. He knew that Ling Xiao was too fast. If he didn't chase after him now, it would be too late by the time Ling Xiao hid in the Phoenix Academy. Seeing that the distance between them was about right, the Sikong Zun's uninjured right hand condensed a ball of lightning and shot it at Ling Xiao's back. The ball of lightning whizzed over with a violent wind pressure, causing the air to distort into a ball. It was so fast that it was much faster than Ling Gao's speed. Damn it, I originally planned to use this move in the future. I have no choice but to reveal it today. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Ling Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately unleashed the full power of his 6 arts heaven early stage cultivation. Not only that, but he also used the 4th step of the profound meaning of light, godly light travel. After using this move, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of light, instantly accelerating into the distance. The Sikong Zun's attack missed and crashed into a building, instantly destroying it. Good lad, your movement technique is really amazing. Seeing that this move didn't hit Ling Xiao, the Sikong Zun's feet flickered with 2 streaks of lightning. His speed instantly increased, and he pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's movement technique could be said to be invincible in the celestial realm. Very few warriors in the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm could compare with him. However, a yin-yang realm expert could still easily catch up with him. Once the Sikong Zun was enraged, it would be easy for him to catch up with Ling Xiao. However, movement technique didn't necessarily mean speed. The reason why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Sikong Zun was because he still had other trump cards that he hadn't used yet. The Sikong Zun's pursuit of Ling Xiao caused a wave of boos from the surrounding warriors. A yin-yang realm expert was actually chasing after a celestial realm warrior on the streets, and he even used a sneak attack. There was no one else who could be this shameless. I didn't believe Ling Xiao when he said that the people from the Phoenix Academy were shameless, but today, I completely believe him. That's right, this old fellow Sikong Zun has lived for tens of thousands of years, yet he's chasing after a child so relentlessly. How embarrassing. Doesn't the Emperor care about this? If word gets out, it'll be embarrassing for our divine Phoenix Empire. Hearing these words, the Sikong Zun's expression turned ugly. However, perhaps he was used to being shameless, but he gritted his teeth and still sped up to chase after Ling Xiao. Damn, this old dog is really fast. This won't do, looks like I have to take out my trump card. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the Sikong Zun, if he wanted to escape, the Sikong Zun alone wouldn't be able to stop him. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a warm and powerful aura rushing toward him. Chapter 1005. Sensing the familiar power, he rushed over. Ling Xiao smiled and thought, looks like I don't have to use my trump card. Sikong Zun was in a rage and didn't care about the outside world. He only had Ling Xiao in his eyes. A huge lightning spear condensed in his hands and was already aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. However, in order to succeed, Sikong Zun wanted to close the distance between them, so he didn't release his move yet. Sikong Zun, you're so shameless. Ling Xiao called you an old dog, and he's right. Feng Qingyan appeared in front of Ling Xiao as he shouted angrily. Qingshu College wasn't far from here, so Feng Qingyan rushed over when he heard about what happened here. He was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, but he was relieved when he saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Ling Xiao wasn't just a student of Qingshu College, he was also the benefactor of Qingshu College and the son of those two. No matter what, he couldn't die. In a rage, Feng Qingyan finished condensing his move the moment he appeared. A fire phoenix appeared behind him. In his hand, a crimson-red bow appeared. It was actually formed by the condensation of his inner strength and soul power. The bow was like a fire phoenix. The arrow was like a divine dragon. Fire Phoenix Divine Dragon Arrow! The arrow shot through the air and collided with Sikong Zun's lightning spear. Boom! The red and purple collided with each other. An earthquake-like roar erupted, causing many martial artists on the entire street to feel their heartbeats accelerate. Some even temporarily lost their hearing. Some houses that weren't very sturdy collapsed because of the explosion. The Divine Phoenix Empire prohibited yin-yang realm warriors from fighting on the streets because the destruction they caused was too shocking. If they didn't do well, many innocent people would be implicated. However, today, Feng Qingyan had to intervene. In order to save Ling Xiao, so what if he had to make an exception? It was obvious that Sikong Zun was at a disadvantage in this fight. It wasn't because he was weaker than Feng Qingyan, but because he was missing an arm. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect him much. But in a battle between martial artists of similar strength, the influence would become very great. Standing in front of Ling Xiao, Feng Qingyan coldly looked at the still bleeding Sikong Zun and said coldly, although Feng Minghua Chong is shameless, he wouldn't go so far as to chase down a junior on the street. You're even more shameless than him. You really deserve to be called an old dog. You've lived tens of thousands of years in vain. Sikong Zun's face was extremely gloomy, and he felt helpless. When Feng Qingyan appeared, he knew that he no longer had the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too cunning, and with Feng Qingyan, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Therefore, he didn't attack again. Instead, he started to heal himself and said coldly, Feng Qingyan, don't just stand there and talk. Do you see those corpses on the ground? Ling Xiao killed so many of our outstanding disciples. Don't tell me that I shouldn't kill him? Even if this matter is brought up to the Emperor, I'm still the one with the right. Quickly hand over Ling Xiao. Otherwise, don't blame me for accusing you of harboring a villain. I said that you're shameless, but you're really shameless. Shimen Bumi and Li Qingxiu, one of them is at the early stage of 8 Desolates Heaven, while the other is at the late stage of 7 Stars Heaven. In addition, there are so many martial artists from 4 Symbols Heaven and Avalon of 5 Elements. They surrounded and bullied a few girls. If Ling Xiao didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid that the ones lying on the ground would be those pitiful and weak girls, right? Feng Qingyan sneered and said disdainfully. Molesting my Qingshu College's disciples on the street. Kill them without mercy. Even if the Emperor comes, I'll say the same thing. As for Shimen Bumi and Li Qingxiu, they took advantage of the fact that their cultivations were higher than Ling Xiao's and tried to stir up trouble. They even asked for a life-and-death battle. Now they were killed by Ling Xiao. Are you going to deny it? Good. Very good. You guys from Qingshu College really have a glib tongue. Sikong Zun's bleeding had stopped. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Today, he didn't have the upper hand in terms of reason or strength. There was no need for him to stay any longer. He could only grit his teeth and say, Feng Qingyan, just you wait. You and your Qingshu College will be completely finished sooner or later. Is that so? I've noticed that the Phoenix Academy's situation isn't good recently. It seems that its biggest source of income has started to lose money, right? Feng Qingyan said with a smile. Laugh all you want. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Sikong Zun was embarrassed. He had chased after a warrior of the celestial realm for a long time and failed to kill him. Now, he couldn't even fight back. He could only choose to turn around and leave. He had no choice but to leave. In the current situation, the longer he stayed here, the more embarrassed he would be. Watching Sikong Zun run away in embarrassment, Feng Qingyan's eyes were cold and deep. He seemed to be thinking about something. Vice President, I owe you another favor. Ling Zhao's voice woke Feng Qingyan from his contemplation. He turned around and said with a smile, If you say that, I'll be too ashamed to show my face. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you're a disciple of Qingshu College is enough for me to protect you. You can go back to the academy first. I'll finish the work here. Thank you, Vice President. Ling Xiao looked at the corpses on the ground and nodded. Then, he walked toward the academy. In the evening, the stars were faint. Although the sky wasn't completely dark yet, it was obvious that it would be a cloudy night. The moonlight wasn't bright, and the stars were blurry. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the windowsill, looked in the direction of the Phoenix Academy in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Beside him, the butterfly girl was happily eating a piece of upper-level spirit stone. Xiao Dai, do you think the two of us can kill Sun Shang, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands? Today's incident made Ling Xiao understand one thing. Since he was going to do it, he had to completely destroy the Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, there would be more and more trouble. He couldn't deal with Sikong Zun, but if he and the butterfly girl worked together, they should be able to kill Sun Shang without anyone knowing. The butterfly girl was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and revealed a cute smile. Okay, then let's go kill Sun Shang later. As far as I know, Sun Shang was invited to a banquet of the royal family today. This is the best opportunity for us to kill him. If we miss it, we'll have to wait for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't have the idea of assassinating Sun Shang on a whim. In fact, he had been waiting for such an opportunity. There were 2 benefits to today's assassination. First, he had comprehended the 4th step of the light esoteric and the shadow esoteric, which greatly increased his strength. Together, he could kill the Heavenly Lord of Miraculous Hands without anyone knowing. Second, the Heavenly Lord of Miraculous Hands was leaving Qingshu College for the Imperial Palace. Although the journey wasn't long, it was his only chance. As long as he killed the Heavenly Lord of Miraculous Hands, the Phoenix Academy would completely fall from the elixir market. Even if Phoenix Cry were to transport the herbs back, it would be meaningless. Not to mention anything else, but if they lost their income from the elixir market, Divine Phoenix Academy's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Although they might not collapse, but if they wanted to suppress Clear Void Academy, they would no longer be able to do it. Chapter 1006. As long as they could completely deal a blow to the Phoenix Academy, they had to consider everything. They had to weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. They would not dare to flirt with a disciple of the Qingshu Academy on the street like today. Of course, there was also a personal grudge to kill Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands. Back then, it was Sun Shang who had almost poisoned the butterfly girl to death. Today was the best opportunity for revenge. The butterfly girl nodded, half understanding. All right, since you've agreed, let's go. What you need to do later is attract Sun Shang's attention. Let me kill him. Ling Xiao still had 7 strands of the power of a human king in his body. At most, he could use 1 more strand. Even if he had to sacrifice 1 strand of the power of a human king, as long as he could kill Sun Shang, it was definitely worth it. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao set off. When he left Qingshu College, he disguised himself and put on the ghost mask. He also changed his body slightly. This wasn't difficult for a martial artist. When he reached the path Sun Shang had to pass, Ling Xiao laid in ambush. Then, he released his soul power and used the earth vision and heaven listening technique to see the situation within a 5-kilometer radius. Sun Shang was a mystic heaven expert with the 10th grotto heaven. The butterfly girl's cultivation was on par with his, but it wouldn't be easy for her to kill him. After using the power of a human king, Ling Xiao could use a soul mystic technique to launch a sneak attack and instantly kill Sun Shang. The two of them had to work together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for either of them to succeed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The stars were dim. It was a good opportunity to kill. At the entrance of Phoenix Academy. Heavenly Venerable, are we really going to leave like this? Why don't we wait until Vice President Sikong recovers? Dao Wuming stood beside a palanquin and looked at the pitch-black night sky with worry. What are you afraid of? I'm a grotto heaven expert. Other than Yin-Yang realm martial artists, who can do anything to me? Sun Shang said disdainfully. Dao Wuming, you are so useless. Feng Qingyan, the dean of Qingshu College, and Huaboli have all been invited into the palace by the emperor. There are no more Yin-Yang realm experts in Qingshu College. Even without Vice Dean Sikong, nothing will happen. The flame deity said disdainfully. Perhaps because the flame deity and Dao Wuming both came from the Sky Dragon continent, they became Sun Shang's 2 good dogs. Today, they naturally had to follow Sun Shang to the imperial palace. All right, let's go. After listening to the flame deity's words, Sun Shang was even more relieved. Previously, he was indeed worried that Feng Qingyan or Hua Thunderbolt might launch a sneak attack on him. But now, knowing that those people were in the palace, what was there to be afraid of? Perhaps the emperor had considered this point, so he specially invited those people to the imperial palace. Here it comes! 10 miles away, his soul power transmitted a clear image. Sun Shang's palanquin was rapidly approaching. Mo Yen and Dao Wuming are actually following? Hee, I'll take care of the 2 of you together. Today, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of the flame deity. After all, the flame deity's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 8 desolate heaven realm. He was not even as strong as Shimen Bumi, who he had killed previously. The enemy who had almost killed him in the Sky Dragon continent in the past was just SOSO in front of him now. Xiao Dai, get ready to attack. Kill whoever dares to block us. We must be fast. This place is not far from the Imperial Palace. If someone wants to come to rescue us, they will be very fast. Ling Xiao reminded and began to condense the power of the human king, preparing for a thunderous attack. Sun Shang! Your end is here. He sneered and thought to himself, the enmity on the Sky Dragon continent will be completely settled today. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force barge into the range of his earth vision and heaven hearing. This was a thick killing intent that was cold to the extreme and evil to the extreme. Compared to Sword Demon Yigushin's killing intent, it was actually only slightly inferior. Xiao Dai, don't attack first. Wait. Stopping the butterfly girl's attack, Ling Xiao looked in a direction. In the darkness, he could not see any figure. Only a frenzied killing intent was constantly approaching. Eyes of the world! Ling Xiao opened the eyes of the world. Only then did he discover that in the void, a pitch-black shadow was rapidly approaching Sun Shang's palanquin. Seeing this shadow, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He was so surprised that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Cold Plum! He could not believe that this terrifying power actually originated from Cold Plum. The current Cold Plum was somewhat different from usual. She seemed to have become more mature than usual. Her body became much bigger, looking more like an adult woman. Around her eyes, there was an additional layer of eyeshadow, looking sinister and sinister. Her hair was disheveled and fluttering in the air, giving off the feeling of a malicious spirit that walked out of hell. Is this really Cold Plum? Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never thought that Cold Plum would be so powerful and terrifying. Seeing the girl's ferocious face, he actually felt a little heartache. Because he could clearly feel that Cold Plum was enduring immense pain, as if she was being tortured by something. Could it be that she was also here to kill Sun Shang? What, you're saying that she signed some kind of contract with an evil spirit? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the butterfly girl. Just now, a voice was transmitted into his mind. It was the butterfly girl's voice. The butterfly girl nodded but did not say anything. Do I need to stop her? Ling Xiao asked. It's best not. Stopping her now is like interrupting someone who is sleepwalking. It's very dangerous. You don't have to worry too much. After this matter is over, ask her properly. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. The butterfly girl's voice once again appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. All right. Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. If his recklessness harmed Cold Plum, it would be too late for regrets. Sun Shang's sedan chair had already arrived. Cold Plum suddenly made her move. At this moment, Sun Shang inside the sedan chair, as well as the flame deity outside the sedan chair, did not notice her existence. Only when the 8 people carrying the sedan chair suddenly fell to the ground and Dao Wuming's corpse on the spot, did the flame deity and Sun Shang realize that something was wrong. The flame deity's first thought was not to protect anyone, but to escape. Lil Dai, capture that guy alive! Ling Xiao did not want to leave. He wanted to keep an eye on Cold Plum. If there were any changes, he would be able to act in time. He just needed the butterfly girl to capture the flame deity alive. The butterfly girl left. Cold Plum did not look at the flame deity. Perhaps in her eyes, the flame deity was just a piece of trash that could be squashed to death at any time. There was no need to waste her energy. Her gaze was still fixed on the sedan chair. Suddenly, the sedan chair split open. A green light pierced through the air and aimed at Cold Plum. Cold Plum laughed in disdain. The black plum blossom pierced through the air and instantly destroyed the green light. Chapter 1007. Perhaps sensing the terror of Cold Plum, Sun Shang didn't dare to stay after launching the attack. Instead, he turned and ran. The direction he was running towards was actually the palace. This guy was quite smart. This place was closer to the palace. As long as the palace guards noticed the situation here, he would be able to survive. Seeing Sun Shang running away, Cold Plum didn't chase after him. She just smiled disdainfully and then flicked her finger. A black plum blossom shot out like a black meteor in the dark night. Ah! Sun Shang screamed and fell to the ground like a bird shot by a bow and arrow. One of his legs was cut off. That seemingly small plum blossom actually carried a terrifying sword aura, forming a huge cog-shaped killing weapon. Sun Shang's face was full of horror. He didn't know where this killer came from, nor did he know how the other party could be so terrifying. But he knew very well that he was probably done for. The wound on his leg had a black substance spreading towards his blood vessels. It was actually highly toxic. He had played with poison all his life, but now he was about to be killed by it. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. Help! Help! Sun Shang had never been in such a sorry state. All he could do now was to desperately call for help. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be transmitted out. Ling Xiao had already sealed the space within 100 meters. Neither sound nor aura could penetrate. This was also to make Cold Plum safer. In Cold Plum's hand, an even bigger plum blossom gradually formed. The plum blossom was filled with a strong aura of death. Who the hell are you? Even if I die, at least let me know! Sun Shang shouted for a long time, but to no avail. He knew very well that the other party must have done something to the space nearby. The only thing he could do now was to stall for time. He could only hope that the people in the palace noticed that he hadn't been here for a long time and came to find him. That way, there was still a chance of survival. Cold Plum didn't say anything. Her cold eyes stared at Sun Shang, and the plum blossom in her hand flew out again. Ah! Sun Shang's other leg was directly cut off. You're really forgetful. Cold Plum sneered. Have you forgotten about the little girl by Ling Xiao's side? You're Cold Plum. Impossible. How could this be? How do you have such strength? Sun Shang's memory was still good. He finally remembered that Cold Plum had appeared in the square that day. Moreover, he had always sent people to monitor Ling Xiao. He was very clear about who was around Ling Xiao. Now do you understand why I want to kill you? You betrayed your country and harmed my master, Ling Xiao. Just these 2 points alone are enough for you to die. Not to mention you also deliberately instigated Shimin Bummy and Li Qingxiu to take liberties with us on the street. If you don't die, even God will be angry. Cold Plum didn't care that Sun Shang was stalling for time. The poison of the black plum blossom was extremely terrifying. It had already spread throughout Sun Shang's body through his legs. Not long after, Sun Shang's entire body would turn black and he would die like charcoal. However, she didn't mind giving Sun Shang more pain. Another plum blossom in her hand flew out. This time, it wasn't an arm that was cut off, but Sun Shang's head. I originally didn't want to use this form. But for my master, I'd rather turn into a malicious spirit and suffer the greatest pain in the world. The last thing you should do is to target him. Looking at the already dead Sun Shang, Cold Plum's body gradually returned to its original state. Her face was a little pale and she looked very weak. After saying this, she didn't stay any longer. She turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the dark night. Looking at Cold Plum's departure, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He knew that Cold Plum was very grateful to him. But she had done this for him. How could he repay her? Alas! He sighed and stood up. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he saw that it was actually wriggling. What a crafty old ghost. But even if you can escape Cold Plum's assassination, you'll still die by my hands in the end. Ling Xiao jumped down from the roof and walked towards the wriggling mass of rotten flesh. He sneered and said, The Eternal Divine Pill Scripture has recorded a type of pill that can bring a person back to life. Even if only a piece of rotten flesh is left, it won't be a problem. Although you weren't able to refine it, this transformation pill isn't bad either. It can protect the soul and use another person's body to resurrect, right? Who? Sun Shang was in complete despair. He had used all his trump cards. Originally, as long as he could obtain a body in time, he would be able to resurrect. Although he would have to change bodies every year, it was still better than dying now. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after the wolf left, a fox would come in its place. The crafty fox had been staring at him from the side, spying on him. Who are you? How do you know about the Eternal Divine Pill Scripture? Sun Shang's weak voice resounded in the air. You don't need to know who I am. Because I like to let people die without knowing why. Ling Xiao sneered and operated his soul force. The immortal pot appeared above his head and sucked Sun Shang's soul into it. Without a soul, let's see how you'll resurrect. The dignified heavenly sovereign miraculous hands, the best alchemist in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, and a high-level yellow-rank alchemist, had died without knowing why. He was thoroughly dead and would never appear again. At this time, the butterfly girl also caught the flame deity. Looking at the flame deity, Ling Xiao was filled with emotions. The flame deity, you betrayed your sect. Do you know your crime? Ling Xiao took off his ghost mask and revealed his true face. He had to let the flame deity know who killed him. It's you! Seeing Ling Xiao, the flame deity collapsed. If it was someone else, he might be able to plead for mercy. But facing Ling Xiao, he knew that he didn't even have the qualifications to plead. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him go. Seeing that you and I used to be from the same sect, you can kill yourself, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you kill me, you'll never get the wisdom bone, the flame deity said coldly. Wisdom bone? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Looking at your current state, I know that the wisdom bone isn't much. I don't need it. I'll give Baiyun a better martial soul. It's definitely better than a mere wisdom bone. Using this to threaten me, you really don't want to repent even in death. After speaking, Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. He pulled out all the death dark flame from the flame deity's body. The death dark flame entered the body and was quickly sealed. It still couldn't be used in battle, but it had no effect on alchemy and refining equipment. Die, the debt between you and me is completely settled. After extracting the death dark flame, the flame deity was useless to him. A blazing light appeared on his hand, and he gently patted the flame deity's body. Chapter 1008. The flames began to burn. The flame deity who relied on the dark flame of death to dominate the world, was burned alive in the end. One had to say that this was the cycle of karma. Amongst the ashes of Empyrean demon flame, there was actually a shining bone that hadn't been burned. This is the wisdom bone, right? Interesting. It seems that it's not that the wisdom bone isn't good enough, but that the flame deity is too useless. He didn't even know how to use such a good thing. He put away the wisdom bone. When he returned to the Sky Dragon continent, he would personally hand it to Master Baiyun. This was something he had promised Master Baiyun. Since he had promised, he naturally had to do it. He was such a good man who kept his promises. Xiao Dai, let's go. After finishing his business, Ling Xiao leaped and left. He was heading in the direction of Cold Plum's escape route. He was still worried that something would happen to Cold Plum, so for safety's sake, he wanted to chase after her to take a look. A moment later, when he was about a mile away from Qingshu College, he stopped. On a tree over there, a girl was sitting cross-legged. Her whole body was emitting black gas. The girl was desperately resisting the torment of pain. Sigh as expected. Ling Xiao sighed. Just as the butterfly girl said, Cold Plum had signed a contract with some monster. Although she could use the monster's energy, she would suffer great pain because of it. As for whether there were any other side effects, he did not know. A terrifying chill hit him in the face. The terrifying murderous aura was even more unbearable than the cold. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost made a defensive reaction because this murderous aura seemed to be about to kill him. If one looked carefully, all the creatures within 2 to 3 meters of Cold Plum had lost their lives. Even the tree branches were completely lifeless. What a terrifying murderous aura this was. The most terrifying thing was that Cold Plum's entire body seemed to be shrouded in black gas. Within the black gas, one could faintly see many terrifying skeletons and spirits that were letting out mournful screams. Cold Plum's long black hair had turned gray, as if it had lost its color. Cold Plum, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately rushed towards Cold Plum. What was danger? What was death? For Ling Xiao, Cold Plum's words, "In order to protect Master, I'd rather turn into a malicious spirit," was worth it even if he had to give up his life. Such a woman was worth his life to protect. If he really let Cold Plum die like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. As soon as he was within 2 meters of the Cold Plum, an even more terrifying murderous aura condensed into a strange human head. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the scarlet sun feather raiment. Only then did he feel slightly better. Master, don't come over! Because Ling Xiao wasn't wearing a mask, Cold Plum recognized him. Cold Plum's voice was very weak. Every time she spoke, her body would constantly tremble, as if she was being tortured by something. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's heart was about to break. This pain was more serious than any injury he had ever suffered. What nonsense are you talking about? You're already in this state. If I don't help, who can save you? Ling Xiao wasn't just being impulsive. The reason why he didn't hesitate was because he wanted to help Cold Plum wholeheartedly. It was also because he had the mountain river martial spirit and the immortal pot that could absorb all souls. No matter what, there was a chance that he could help Cold Plum. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he had to try. That terrifying murderous aura enveloped his body. It was even more intense and ferocious than before. His scarlet sun feather raiment was actually extinguished. A sinister feeling directly pierced his soul, causing his entire body to tremble. However, his body was trembling, but his willpower was still as strong as ever. He didn't retreat, he didn't stop. He continued to take firm steps, walking towards Lung Mei. Finally, his hand touched Cold Plum. Boom! In his mind, a terrifying image of a woman appeared. This woman's eyes were gouged out, her legs were chopped off, and blood flowed out from her eyes. The terrifying murderous aura was released from her body. In that instant, Ling Xiao knew everything. This woman, Cold Plum's second martial spirit, had been cruelly treated when she was alive. That was why she had such terrifying anger and murderous intent. She wanted revenge. She wanted to kill everything that was alive. No! Cold Plum screamed in horror. She felt that the murderous aura in her body was beginning to surge towards Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao. Seeing her master like this, Cold Plum's heart was more painful than ever. Little fool, you called me master for such a long time. For me, you can turn into a malicious spirit. What's the big deal if I help you? Could it be that you want your master to be a heartless person? Ling Xiao gently stroked Cold Plum's hair. His heart ached, but there was also some anger. Xiao Dai, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Don't let anyone disturb us. Ling Xiao released the butterfly girl, and then gently hugged Cold Plum. He no longer concealed anything. The vast will of the mountain river martial spirit rolled out. The power of the human king that he had been reluctant to use was also used. Finally, his body didn't feel so uncomfortable. That intense murderous aura actually retreated for a moment. Cold Plum's eyes were hazy with tears, wetting her clothes. She followed Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao. It was not for anything else, but because Ling Xiao had saved her before. But she was a woman after all. Which girl wasn't sentimental? Being treated like this by Ling Xiao, how could she not be moved? How could she not be moved? Thank you, master! Thousands of words converged into a single sentence. Although the words were few, they were filled with emotions. Close your eyes, just leave it to me. Ling Xiao smiled, and the immortal pot appeared above his head. Evildoer, I know you're miserable, but if you want to harm Cold Plum, I won't let you off. The immortal pot opened, and a powerful suction force gushed out. That soul let out a mournful cry, struggling not to be sucked away. You're really tenacious. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. A large amount of soul power poured into the immortal pot, and the suction force became even stronger. No! That soul kept letting out mournful cries. Although it stubbornly resisted, it had no choice and was slowly sucked into the immortal pot. The energy in Cold Plum's body lost its soul control and became restless. It began to rampage in Cold Plum's body. Don't worry, today I will completely convert this energy into yours. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The mountain river martial spirit had already wrapped around Cold Plum, and countless inscriptions flickered in the sky. Pooh! The murderous aura that had lost its soul control was too terrifying. It actually injured Ling Xiao, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and become much weaker. Chapter 1009. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious. However, I can't give up just like that. Otherwise, Cold Plum will be dead. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and continued to circulate his mountain river martial soul to dissolve the terrifying killing intent. Cold Plum's condition improved slightly, but Ling Xiao's condition worsened. Cold Plum's hair returned to its original black color, while Ling Xiao's hair gradually turned gray and withered. At this moment, he was already extremely weak. Boom! At this moment, a strange situation occurred. The blazing sun in the mountain river martial soul released an intense light. All the darkness that came into contact with this light was instantly burned into nothingness. The ferocious killing intent constantly retreated. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that after being burned, the killing intent actually merged with the blazing sun and turned into two parts. One returned to day, the other returned to night. Ling Xiao's comprehension of the light and shadow ultimacy actually began to increase rapidly. He actually broke through to the fifth step. The killing intent finally completely disappeared. Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His weak body was healed by the energy produced by the killing intent, and he actually returned to normal. Cold Plum's cultivation did not return to its original state after this energy refinement. Instead, it remained at the half-step yin-yang realm. Although her half-step yin-yang realm was much weaker than most half-step yin-yang realm experts, and required a long period of seclusion to completely stabilize it. However, there was no doubt that this was definitely fortunate for her. Extremely fortunate. This was because even a genius like Ling Xiao could not raise his cultivation to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. However, Cold Plum did not know this. She was still unconscious, like a cute kitten, curled up in Ling Xiao's arms. She was completely different from her usual cold appearance. Little girl, this is a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao carried Cold Plum and left the place, directly returning to the academy. After all, it was not safe outside. After putting Cold Plum on his bed, Ling Xiao walked out. So that's how it is. The fifth step of the profound of light and shadow is actually like this. This is probably related to the large amount of killing intent I absorbed from Cold Plum. Outside the room, Ling Xiao sensed his body. Not only had he advanced to the middle stage of the 6-art sky due to this incident, more importantly, he had also comprehended the fifth step of the light and shadow profound. Although he didn't get as many benefits as Cold Plum, he wasn't jealous. The reason why Cold Plum had improved so much was because she was prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. If it weren't for him, Cold Plum would probably be dead, or her soul and body would have been completely devoured by that malicious spirit. Such things were not uncommon in the profound world. Many warriors who wanted to increase their strength in an instant signed a contract with a demonic creature. In the end, they lost their bodies and souls. There was only one example like Cold Plum in the entire profound world. It was because Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. Otherwise, Cold Plum's outcome would be no different from those people. Of course, more importantly, for Ling Xiao, being able to pull Cold Plum out of death was the most joyous thing. As for other things, they were secondary. Looking at Cold Plum, who was sleeping soundly, Ling Xiao smiled and didn't disturb her. He found an open place and began to consolidate his current cultivation. The more experts he came into contact with, the more anxious Ling Xiao was to improve his cultivation because he knew that his strength was insufficient. One had to know that the Divine Phoenix continent was just a very weak continent in the profound world. The current him could only survive here cautiously. Every step he took had to be carefully considered. This in itself was a reflection of his insufficient strength. He was someone who wanted to go to the heaven's chosen gate. If he wasn't strong enough, this dream might never be realized. The next day, before the sun rose, Phoenix Academy was already shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was even worse than before. Sikong Zun's face was terrifyingly gloomy. An icy aura was constantly released from his body. Phoenix Cry Wushan, who was sitting near him, also had an ugly expression. Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand Sun Shang had been assassinated. And it was in the Imperial City. They didn't have a single clue. After a long time, Sikong Zun coldly looked at the subordinates kneeling before him and asked, "Speak, what have you found?" "Reporting to the Vice Principal, we have carefully investigated the scene. The person who killed Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand might have reached the half-step yin-yang realm. That's all? That's all we have for now." Cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of the people kneeling below. Get out, and continue investigating. If you can't find anything, I'll take your head." Sikong Zun was about to go crazy. The Miraculous Hand Heavenly Sovereign, Sun Shang, was someone that the Emperor Lord had invited from the True Devil Empire. Yet he had died just like that. How was he going to explain this to the Imperial Advisor and the Emperor Lord? "My brother is very dissatisfied with this matter. He asked why you didn't enter the palace with Sun Shang last night." Phoenix Cry Wushan said coldly. "Doesn't the Crown Prince know that I'm injured? Sun Shang, that trash, was killed so easily. If he died at the hands of Feng Qingyan, Flame Thunderbolt, or the Dean of Qingshu College, we can still take the opportunity to find fault with him. But now, his death is really useless." Sikong Zun was in awe of the Crown Prince, Phoenix Cry Qishan. But he was not afraid. Because he was strong enough, even the Emperor had to respect him, let alone Phoenix Cry Qishan. "Haha, Dean Sikong, there's no need to be angry. Although Sun Shang's death greatly damaged our vitality, fortunately, Vice Dean Wan Zhong's medicinal herbs are about to be transported back. Sun Shang's pill formula is also kept. With our current pharmacist reserves, we can still continue to refine the crisis reversal pill. We won't be completely crushed by Qingshu College." Phoenix Cry Wushan also knew that his tone was a bit too harsh. He smiled and said, "I'll take my leave first. The Emperor has already sent the Mirror Bureau to investigate this matter. I believe there will be a result soon." Mirror Bureau? The strongest secret organization of the Divine Phoenix Empire? Sikong Zun was stunned and asked. "Yes, not only are they strong, but they are also good at solving cases." After speaking, Phoenix Cry Wushan smiled and turned to leave. The sun had already risen. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, not only did he consolidate his current cultivation, he also had a deeper understanding of the fifth step of the light and shadow profound meaning. In just one night, his strength had increased a lot. On the bed, Cold Plum was still in a coma, but it was not a big deal. This kind of coma could last for a month, or it could last for a year. However, after waking up, Cold Plum would become a true half-step yin-yang realm expert. I have to refine some medicinal soup for her so that she can soak in it every day. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao called Feng Yanran and asked her to arrange for someone to take care of Cold Plum. Now that Qingshu College was the safest place, it was naturally best to let Cold Plum stay here. Chapter 10:10. Miss Yanran, I have to refine some pills. On one hand, I have to heal Senior Lan. On the other hand, I have to prepare enough medicinal liquid for Cold Plum to soak in. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for the time being. Don't worry, this is just a small matter. Let her stay at my place from now on. There will be someone to accompany her every day, so there won't be any problems. Thank you. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao selected some herbs from the mountain river realm and began refining them. The Heaven Vein Repair Pill was actually very easy to refine. It took a little more time to prepare the medicinal liquid, but it only took half an hour. He first helped Lan Yu repair her Heaven Vein, then instructed them to take turns taking care of Cold Plum. He then headed to the Sky Dragon auction house. Of course, other than buying the necessary herbs, he also wanted to inquire about another matter at the auction house. On the way, he heard all the discussions about Sun Shang's death. Although the Phoenix Academy tried their best to hide this matter and suppress the storm, they forgot one thing. If they could plant people in Qingshu College could naturally plant people there as well. Paper couldn't contain fire. Naturally, this matter quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Although many people didn't believe it, the storyteller described the entire process vividly. Moreover, Sun Shang didn't show up, so naturally, most people gradually believed it to be the truth. The Phoenix Academy was also in a state of panic. Everyone was in danger. After hearing this and seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of a phrase. You only have yourself to blame. Originally, he didn't want to use the pills to trick the Phoenix Academy. Who knew that they would make the first move, resulting in today's situation? The Phoenix Academy couldn't even take care of itself. The disciples were trembling when they went out, so they didn't have the time to bother the Qingshu College disciples. In the end, the Qingshu College, which had fewer people, occupied nearly 80% of the cultivation rooms in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. This was considered a gain. However, Ling Xiao didn't forget to eliminate the source of trouble. Yunya was still as coquettish and charming as usual. She was still chatting and laughing as usual. However, in front of Ling Xiao, she was obviously a little afraid. You seem to be very afraid of me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If this servant speaks the truth, young master, please don't blame me. Yunya smiled and said. Speak. That heavenly venerable miraculous hand Sun Shang was killed by the person behind young master, right? Yunya lowered her voice and asked. It's better not to ask about things that you shouldn't ask. Princess Yunya, in fact, even if Sun Shang was killed by me or the person behind me, you don't have to be afraid. You didn't offend me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, you're right. Yunya is thinking too much. In fact, she didn't think too much about it. She was mainly afraid that there would be some blind people in the Heavenly Dragon auction house who would go against Ling Xiao and implicate the auction house. That would be bad. What happened this time was the best example. On the surface, Ling Xiao looked like a warrior in the celestial realm. However, no one knew how deep the water was behind him. No one would be able to guess it. Princess Yunya, don't think too much. You and I are friends. Even if there are some misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk about it. Ling Xiao's words set Yunya's mind at ease. Friends? Yes, we are indeed friends. I wonder if young master came to the auction house today for anything other than to buy medicinal herbs. Yunya asked with a smile. Ling Xiao's friends seemed to be very respected. Speaking of which, didn't he kill Shimin Bumi and Li Qingxiu on the street for the sake of friends? Princess Yunya is really smart. I want to ask you about something. Ling Xiao said. I heard that Fengming Wanchong personally went out to look for medicinal herbs for the Phoenix Academy. Is this true? This is absolutely true. In Wan City, which is 500 miles away from the Imperial City, there is also a large trading company that sells medicinal herbs. However, the price is quite expensive. This time, in order to maintain the sales of the crisis reversal pill and avoid losing too much, the Phoenix Academy specially bought these medicinal herbs at 3 times the price. Yunya nodded and said, Haha, isn't this called losing the bait and losing the soldiers? Now that Sun Shang is dead, what can they do with these medicinal herbs? At most, they can refine the crisis reversal pill. They are no longer a threat to us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young master, you are wrong. Yunya shook her head and said, Wrong? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, Could it be that other than Sun Shang, there are other high-grade yellow-level alchemists on the Divine Phoenix continent? There aren't any on the Divine Phoenix continent, but there are on the 5 Immortal Island and the White Tiger continent. I wonder if young master has heard of the Righteous Alliance? Yunya asked. Righteous Alliance? Yes, I have heard of it. It is rumored that it is an organization on the Divine Phoenix continent that upholds justice on behalf of the heavens and promotes righteousness. It has done many good deeds, but in recent years, it seems to have become a little overbearing. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Young master, you are right. In the past, the Righteous Alliance was indeed an organization that promoted righteousness and upholds justice on behalf of the heavens. It has saved many people and done many good deeds, but in recent years, it has become a very overbearing organization. It often does things like pointing a deer as a horse, helping a tiger do evil, and distorting the truth. Yunya sighed and said, "What I want to say is that the Phoenix Academy seems to be in contact with the Righteous Alliance, and there should be high-grade yellow-level alchemists in the Righteous Alliance. There is such a thing." Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Was there no end to this? "Princess Yunya, do you know the route that Phoenix Cry uses to transport medicinal herbs? I am not very familiar with the Divine Phoenix continent," he suddenly asked. "Ah? Young master, you can't be thinking of—" Yunya didn't finish her sentence, but she was truly shocked. Just how terrifying was the expert behind Ling Xiao? After killing Celestial Sovereign Miraculous Hands, he actually wanted to kill Phoenix Cry Wanchong? That's right, I want to sever the Phoenix Academy's hopes. If Phoenix Cry Wanchong dies, the medicinal herb channel will be cut off. I want to see what they have to fight with us," Ling Xiao coldly said. Yunya couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. "I say, Divine Phoenix Academy has provoked you. It's really as if they've provoked a demon king. First, the medicinal pill market was robbed, then Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands was killed. If even Phoenix Cry Wanchong dies after this, Divine Phoenix Academy will really have to tuck its tail between its legs. Is Princess willing to help?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yunya sighed and then left the VIP room. After she went out, she came back with a map. On the map was clearly marked a route to Wanqing, as well as a route that caravans had to take. This time, perhaps because Phoenix Cry Wanchong is overseeing things, the Phoenix Academy swallowed a total of 1 billion low-grade spirit stones worth of medicinal herbs in one fell swoop. According to the time, they should already be halfway there. Because the space in a storage ring is limited, it is impossible to store so many things. There will definitely be caravans, and it will be very easy to find them. Chapter 10-11. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. The Phoenix Academy was really rich. They could easily take out 1 billion low-grade spirit stones to buy medicinal herbs. He really didn't know how rich they were. That's right. With so many low-grade spirit stones, I'm afraid it's all the liquid funds for the Phoenix Academy. After all, they can't all be used for transactions. Most of them are still used for cultivation, array maintenance, and so on. If you really snatch those medicinal herbs, the Phoenix Academy won't be able to recover in a few years. Yunya smiled. Other than Phoenix Cry Wanchong, are there any other experts in the escort team? Ling Xiao asked again. Other than Phoenix Cry Wanchong, there are 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Their cultivation is around the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other 2 are all Celestial Realm martial artists. Their strength is uneven, Yunya replied. This Heavenly Dragon auction house seemed to be a simple auction house, but in fact, many things were related. For example, intelligence was one of their businesses. There were also assassins. How many spirit stones do you need to pay for your Yin-Yang Realm assassins? Ling Xiao asked. Why? You still want to hire assassins? Yunya was stunned for a moment and asked. Can't I? Of course you can. The commission is not set. It depends on how far you want to go, Yunya replied. I just need to restrain Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. That's simple. You just need to pay 1,000 high-grade spirit stones or a mortal-grade spiritual artifact. Yunya smiled. You're really greedy. Do you know how precious 1,000 high-grade spirit stones are? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was weighing whether this deal was worth it. Of course, if you're not willing to pay, you can owe us a favor or refine a yellow-grade super elixir for us, Yunya said with a smile. This princess really knew how to do business. Ling Xiao was definitely not willing to owe her a favor because he didn't know how to repay her in the future. he could consider refining elixirs. What kind of elixir does your highness need? Ling Xiao asked. A heaven-breaking pill must be perfect. We can provide the materials, but you must be the one to refine it, Yunya replied. Hiss! Heaven-breaking pill, you guys really dare to dream about it. Perfect grade? Even a yellow-grade super alchemist wouldn't have such confidence. I'm afraid only a mysterious grade alchemist would be able to do so. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. The heaven-breaking pill was a pill used to break through the limits of the Grotto Heaven realm and advance to the Yin-Yang realm. Its materials were extremely precious. Although Ling Xiao knew how to refine it, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to gather the materials. Furthermore, the success rate of refining it was less than 100%. After all, the better the medicinal pill, the higher the requirement for one's strength. You can't do it? Yunya said with some disappointment. I can do it, but I need at least 2 sets of herbs. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to succeed. Only 2 sets? Yunya was a little surprised. In order to refine the heaven-breaking pill, they had found many alchemists, including White Tiger Continent's mysterious grade alchemists. However, these people gave at least 10 sets of herbs. Ling Xiao actually only asked for 2 sets. This was simply unbelievable. Cough cough, then give me 3 sets. I will definitely refine it successfully. Ling Xiao seemed to feel that he asked for too little, so he simply added another set. How about this? We have a total of 5 sets of herbs. It took us a long time to gather them. I will give them all to you. As long as you can refine 1 heaven-breaking pill, it will be enough. Yunya thought for a while and said, No problem, but can you help me complete the plan first? After all, refining this kind of medicinal pill will take a long time. When Feng Ming Wanchong returns to the Imperial City, there will be no chance. Ling Xiao said. Of course, our assassin can take action at any time. His code name is Scorpion. As long as young master takes action, he will naturally follow, Yunya said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao going back on his words. Firstly, she believed in Ling Xiao's character. After all, they had worked together so many times. Secondly, if he really went back on his words, their Heavenly Dragon auction house would definitely let Ling Xiao know how powerful they were. Although she was afraid of the expert behind Ling Xiao, it didn't mean that their Heavenly Dragon auction house would be afraid. At most, they would respect him. If they really fell out with him, they could definitely make Ling Xiao disappear from this world silently. Okay, let's go now. Ling Xiao put the herbs into his storage ring, then turned and left the Heavenly Dragon auction house. A moment after he left, a black shadow followed him closely. Scorpion, remember, protecting Ling Xiao is the first priority. Completing his commission comes second. Understood. Watching Scorpion leave, Yunya couldn't help but sigh softly. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, are you really just a 16-year-old boy? Even I have to admit defeat at your hands. I really pity Feng Ming Wanchong. As the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, he's going to lose his life on the way. Scorpion's strength wasn't enough to kill Feng Ming Wanchong, but with the addition of the crafty Ling Xiao, it might not be the case. The rain was pouring down. On the muddy road, a few carriages were moving forward with difficulty. The drivers were wrapped in thick raincoats, and they would burst out with irritated curses from time to time. The carriages creaked as if they would fall apart at any time. Feng Ming Wanchong was walking at the front of the group, and the rain couldn't get within 1 foot of him. His feet were always 1 foot away from the ground, floating in midair. There wasn't even a speck of dirt on him. As the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy and an expert of the Ice Phoenix clan, he was used to living like a prince. Usually, there would be people waiting on him, and the only thing he needed to do was cultivate. But now, the bad weather, the bad road, all made him feel bad. Damn Qingshu College, damn Ling Xiao, you little bastard! When I go back, I won't let you off easily. Feng Ming Wanchong cursed angrily, and his mood became even more irritated. In their group, 5 people had storage rings, and each of them had a portion of medicinal herbs. But unfortunately, there were too many medicinal herbs. These 5 storage rings were only immortal-grade artifacts, and the things they could hold were limited. There was no way they could hold so many medicinal herbs. That was why there were so many medicinal herbs in the dozen carriages. The carriages continued to move forward. Feng Ming Wanchong closed his eyes, trying to calm his anger through cultivation. However, just as he relaxed his vigilance, a loud roar suddenly came from the carriages behind him, followed by the screams of the martial artists escorting the carriages. He jerked his head back to look. It was a man in black. A man in black wrapped himself from head to toe like a dumpling. Obviously, the other party didn't intend to let him know his identity. Judging from the other party's aura, he should be a professional assassin. Chapter 10-12. This place was already very close to the Imperial City. Phoenix Cry Wanchong did not expect to encounter an assassination attempt here. By the time he reacted, only he and the 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were left in good condition. The rest were either injured or dead. The other party acted very quickly and did not deliberately take their lives. They only crippled those people's combat power, so they saved a lot of time. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Phoenix Academy's convo? You have to pay the price for harming my Phoenix Academy's people. Phoenix Cry Wanchong felt the other party's powerful aura, so he did not immediately attack. He only questioned angrily. The black-clothed man did not speak nonsense and attacked again. His target was the 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Assassins never spoke nonsense. A person who spoke nonsense could not be an assassin. Bastard! How could Phoenix Cry Wanchong not be angry when he saw this? You two, protect the herbs. I'll kill this guy and go to the Imperial City to get reinforcements. This person was originally an impulsive person. In the face of an assassin's provocation, he would definitely not be able to hold back. After he finished speaking, he rushed out. The assassin revealed a smile under his mask. After successfully luring the enemy, he turned and leaped into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Phoenix Cry Wanchong roared and chased after him. Humph, no matter who you are, you will definitely die if you provoke our vice president. The 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were a little angry, but at the same time, they were very glad. Being able to escort the herbs with Phoenix Cry Wanchong, the 2 of them would not be killed. Otherwise, with the assassin's strength, it would be very easy to kill them. However, before they could finish rejoicing, they suddenly saw a person quickly approaching. Could it be that the black-clothed man had returned? No! It's him! It's that ghost mask! Ling Xiao, who was wearing a ghost mask, came close. He then gently lifted the mask and smiled at the 2 people. Thank you for your hard work. I will take these herbs. Ling Xiao's storage ring wasn't particularly large, so it couldn't store so many things. However, his mountain river world wasn't a problem at all. Purely in terms of space, his mountain river world had unlimited space. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the herbs rushed into the mountain river world. It's Ling Xiao from Qingshu College. This brat is courting death. Kill him. When the 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts saw this, they didn't think too much about it. After all, the herbs they were guarding were about to be taken away. How could they have the leisure to think about anything else? The 2 of them attacked Ling Xiao from the left and right, using their respective void arts to attack him. However, in the face of their attacks, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see them at all and continued to collect those medicinal herbs at a leisurely pace. In midair, the 2 of them suddenly had a very bad feeling. But he couldn't tell why. Die! Amidst the chaos, the 2 of them did not stop attacking. They continued to attack Ling Xiao together. Damn it, it's you! A smile suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's face. 2 rainbow-colored beams of light shot through the heads of the 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. In order to save trouble, Ling Xiao simply acted as bait and let the butterfly lady launch a sneak attack. Naturally, it was twice the result with half the effort. When the 2 corpses fell to the ground, Ling Xiao ejected a crimson sun all from his hand and pierced through the 2 corpses. The 2 corpses quickly burned. A moment later, only 2 storage rings were left on the ground. There was nothing else in the storage rings. They were all medicinal herbs. Ling Xiao naturally took them all. These medicinal herbs were relatively cheap. The advantage was that there were enough of them. In the future, when he used them to make Spirit Pill of Heaven reversal, he wouldn't have to look for them everywhere. Next, it's time for Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Looking at the battle in the distance, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Bang! In the Phoenix Academy, a person covered in blood fell from midair. It attracted countless people to watch. Oh my God! It's the Vice President of Phoenix Cry Wanchong! How did this happen? How did he get injured like this? Phoenix Cry Wanchong was sent to the treatment room, and the pharmacist started the emergency treatment. Phoenix Cry Wanchong, who was awakened by the pain, grabbed Sikong Zun, who was standing beside him, and shouted in an extremely weak voice. Damn it! All the medicinal herbs are destroyed. I'm also seriously injured and almost lost my life. Do you know who did it? Sikong Zun asked in shock. If it was a martial artist in the Grotto Heaven realm who was ambushed halfway, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, a Yin-Yang realm expert was in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but be surprised. It must be Qingshu College. It must be those bastards. Phoenix Cry Wanchong didn't have any evidence, so he could only shout hysterically. Sikong Zun sighed. He also knew that Qingshu College must have done all this. Even Qingshu College had killed Sun Shang. However, there was no evidence. Everything was fabricated. More importantly, they didn't have the strength to crush Qingshu College. This was the most important thing. Brother Wanchong, you should rest and recover first. Leave the rest to me and the dean. Sikong Zun patted Phoenix Cry Wanchong's shoulder lightly and walked out of the treatment room. According to the pharmacists, Phoenix Cry Wanchong was severely injured this time. It would take at least a year for him to recover. This meant that the opponent was very strong. At the very least, they were as strong as Phoenix Cry Wanchong. After experiencing Sunshine's death, Phoenix Cry Wanchong's injuries, and the theft of his medicinal herbs, Sikong Zun started to feel fear. Who could be so strong? Could it be outside help that Qingshu College found? He didn't know. However, after experiencing all this, the Phoenix Academy had suffered a heavy blow. Could it be that they had no choice but to cooperate with the Righteous Alliance? Sikong Zun sighed. Although the pill market wasn't the Phoenix Academy's only source of income, losing the pill market meant that the Phoenix Academy's biggest source of income was cut off. Moreover, they had lost 1 billion low-grade spirit stones this time. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Phoenix Academy. Sitting alone in the conference room, Sikong Zun started to regret listening to Sun Shang's words and using that nonsensical pill war tactic. Although they had achieved good results in the beginning, they had now forced themselves into a dead end. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. If he wanted to save the Phoenix Academy, he could only seek help from the God Emperor and the Righteous Alliance. Thinking of this, he stood up and disappeared from the meeting hall in a flash. Ling Xiao had already returned to Qingshu College. He used the 5 sets of medicinal herbs to refine 4 heaven-breaking pills. Although the success rate was less than 100%, it was still very high. He kept 3 of them for himself. The butterfly lady didn't need these pills. As long as she continued to grow, her strength would soar, and she would be even faster than Ling Xiao. However, he and the people around him would definitely need them. As for the remaining pill, he naturally went to the auction house. Chapter 1013. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the assassins from the Heavenly Dragon auction house. The Heavenly Dragon auction house was also very satisfied with his sky-breaking pill. It was a win-win situation. While walking on the streets, he noticed a strange phenomenon. There were very few disciples from the Phoenix Academy. Even when walking on the streets, they were trembling with fear. They would hide from him or the disciples from Qingshu College. Their usual arrogance was completely gone. The matter was not over yet. The Phoenix Academy was still putting up a final resistance. The Emperor ordered them to investigate the murderer of Sun Shang and Feng Ning Wanchong. They even went to Qingshu College to investigate. However, after 7 days of investigation, they did not find anything. It would be strange if they found anything. After all, no one would have expected that the one who seriously injured Sun Shang and Feng Ning Wanchong was Ling Xiao. Although the people from Phoenix Academy hated Ling Xiao, they could not link him to the murderer. As for the other people from Phoenix Academy, they did not know about this at all. Ling Xiao did not have time to tell them. After the investigation, the Emperor was in trouble. The Fire Phoenix tribe brought up the impeachment case. They claimed that the Emperor believed the Phoenix Academy's one-sided accusation without any evidence. This caused serious damage to Qingshu College's reputation. Although it sounded easy, it was a very serious problem for the Emperor, who was about to step down. There were many discussions on the streets. The Ice Phoenix tribe's popularity reached a freezing point. If this continued, the Fiery Phoenix tribe would definitely win the election next year. In order to appease the anger of the Fire Phoenix tribe and solve this problem, the Emperor had no choice but to apologize to the Clear Void Academy in front of everyone in the Imperial City. He also ordered the Divine Phoenix Academy to compensate the Clear Void Academy with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Fire Phoenix tribe did not continue to pursue the matter. They knew that if they continued to pursue the matter after the Emperor apologized, they would only waste the points they had accumulated. The situation was just right. Qingshu College had forced a monarch to apologize. This kind of glory was probably unparalleled in the Divine Phoenix continent. Moreover, even though the Emperor had apologized, it still caused dissatisfaction among many people. The magnanimity of the Fiery Phoenix tribe won many favorable impressions. Deep in the palace, the Emperor even threw an inkstone at the Grand Tutor's face and scolded. "From now on, the Phoenix Academy's mess should be cleaned up by yourselves. Don't come looking for me. You're all a bunch of trash. You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at ruining things." The Righteous Alliance could see where the wind was blowing, and upon discovering this situation, it was unwilling to get involved in this rotten matter. Without the support of the Sovereign Emperor and the Righteous Alliance, the Phoenix Academy was finally forced to withdraw from the pill market. In the end, they were forced to sell the market to Qingshu College and the Celestial Dragon Auction House at a low price. The higher-ups of the Phoenix Academy were so angry that they almost vomited blood. She was determined to take revenge on Qingshu College in other ways. But now, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. Thus, the pill war that had lasted nearly 2 months ended with Qingshu College's complete victory. From losing so much that they were on the verge of bankruptcy to winning so much in the end, it was all because Ling Xiao had come out of seclusion. Now, almost everyone knew that Ling Xiao had a pill refinement expert who surpassed Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands behind him. Naturally, the Ice Phoenix tribe also wanted to win over Ling Xiao instead of targeting him. Even Emperor Divine Phoenix, who had always been high and mighty, knew of Ling Xiao's great name. Ling Xiao didn't feel much about this. In fact, after severely injuring Phoenix Cry Wanchong, he had gone into seclusion in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. No matter how famous he was or how much of a ruckus he caused, he was well aware of his own situation. His cultivation was too low, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. On this day, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion once more. The most discussed topic in the outside world was no longer the battle between Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College, but something else. It was said that the Black Crow Empire had provoked another war at the border, and the Divine Phoenix Emperor was going to select several young disciples from the 2 academies to assist in the war and train them at the same time. Only on the battlefield could a true martial artist be honed. Martial artists who only knew how to cultivate were ultimately far behind others in terms of combat power. Many young people were rubbing their hands and preparing to show off their skills. After all, if they had military merits, not only would they be able to obtain a high position, but they would also be able to obtain better martial arts, resources, and Dharma treasures. Why were they called the 10 Great Phoenixes? It was because they had withstood the test of the battlefield. They were all people who had military merits, so they were the focus of the Empire's cultivation. Of course, in addition to those rewards, many people also hoped to attract the attention of the Five Immortals Island. If they could successfully join the Five Immortals Island, it would be an excellent opportunity for these young people to make a great leap. Just like the martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent in the past who joined the 12 sects, not only would they bring honor to their families, but they would also have a better future. Along the way, anyone who saw Ling Xiao would either make way for him or respectfully bow to him. Although Ling Xiao looked a little slovenly because of his close to a month of seclusion, no one dared to laugh at him. This was the dignity that came with strength. If you were a good-for-nothing, it would be useless even if you wore gold and silver. Others would only treat you as a good-for-nothing. However, if you were a powerhouse, no one would dare to look down on you even if you wore tattered clothes and looked ugly. Countless beauties would even throw themselves at you. This world was so realistic, so simple and direct. If you had strength, you would be respected. If you did not have strength, you would only be bullied. Below the Heaven Essence Pagoda, there was a very luxurious palanquin. The people carrying the palanquin were all Celestial Realm martial artists. Standing beside the palanquin was none other than the Fire Phoenix Tribe's Crown Prince, Feng Yishan. Seeing this person, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Even if he was famous enough, compared to this Crown Prince, there was still a big gap. Why would he be waiting for him here? Brother Ling, I have been waiting here for a long time. He also changed the way he addressed himself from this Crown Prince to this Crown Prince. Unknowingly, he lowered himself and raised Ling Xiao. Your Royal Highness is waiting for me here? Hee, could there be a mistake? I am just a small disciple of Qingshu College. How would I dare to trouble you? Perhaps it was because of what happened on the Sky Dragon continent, but Ling Xiao was not very friendly to these imperial disciples. Brother Ling, you must be joking. You can refine yellow-grade pills, and your alchemist level is not lower than Sun Shang's. Of course, you are qualified. Feng Yishan was not angry and kept smiling. All right, there is no need for these pleasantries. Your Royal Highness, are you looking for me for something? Although Ling Xiao did not like the imperial disciples, there was no need to offend them. He wanted to know why the Crown Prince was looking for him. Chapter 10:14. That's right. Feng Yishan nodded and said, I'm here on the orders of the Emperor to invite Brother Ling to the Imperial Palace. The Emperor invited me? But I don't seem to know him? Ling Xiao frowned. The Imperial Palace was not a good place to go. As the saying went, accompanying the Emperor was like accompanying a tiger. It would be very troublesome if others wanted to find fault with him. When he was in the Holy City, he was fearless with the Moon Maiden by his side. But now, he was really a little hesitant. The Emperor was from the Ice Phoenix clan, and the Ice Phoenix clan was obviously the power behind the Phoenix Academy. Who could guarantee that this was not a trap? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Feng Yishan was a little embarrassed. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor wanted to invite a person? Did he have to know that person? This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. He did not even give face to the Emperor? Seeing that Feng Yishan did not speak, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and asked, If I don't go, what will the Emperor do? Feng Yishan was about to answer, but Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Forget it, you don't have to answer. Anyway, you don't dare to speak the truth. How about this? I'm in a sorry state. How about I go back to the academy to change my clothes and wash up? Otherwise, people will say that I'm disrespectful to the Emperor. That wouldn't be good. It's fine. The banquet will start tonight. I'll personally go to Qingshu College to welcome you. Feng Yishan smiled. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Feng Yishan was so polite to him. Could it be that he had taken a liking to him? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He ran back to Qingshu College as if he was running for his life. Actually, changing clothes was fake. Discussing this matter with Feng Qingyan was real. Now that the Moon Maiden was not by his side, he could only rely on Feng Qingyan. He had to hug this thigh. After returning to the academy, Ling Xiao told Feng Qingyan about this matter in detail. Feng Qingyan also had the same worries and expressed his willingness to go to the banquet with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. With Feng Qingyan around, even if he wanted to escape, it would be easier. Anyway, if he didn't bring Feng Qingyan along, he wouldn't go. One must always be on guard against others. At night, Feng Ninshan really came to welcome them personally. When he saw that Feng Qingyan wanted to follow, he didn't say anything. "Your Highness, do you know why the Emperor wants to see me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Well, to be honest, I'm not sure either, but it's very likely to be related to three things." In the palanquin, Feng Nishan speculated. First, the two great academies are heading to the border to participate in the battle trial. You will probably be going, so the Emperor will probably express some encouragement. I've already investigated, and you are not the only one attending tonight's banquet. Aside from you, there are also young disciples from the Phoenix Academy and the Imperial family. Secondly, the expert behind you, let alone the Celestial Emperor. Even little Wang wanted to befriend him. This was probably one of the reasons. Third, there are many young women in the Ice Phoenix clan, and many of them are unmarried. I suspect that they may want to marry you. Damn, why do people from the Imperial family like to use this method to rope people in? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In the past, when he was on the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Saint Emperor had also done this. He wanted to control him by marrying Haim Myeonkeo to him. Now, he was encountering such a thing again. He felt a little disgusted. Feng Ninshan smiled awkwardly and didn't comment on this. This was because he had also thought of choosing an outstanding woman from the Fire Phoenix clan to marry Ling Xiao. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything yet. Otherwise, it would have been a little ugly today. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was very disgusted by this kind of thing. This doesn't seem to be the direction of the Imperial Palace? When the palanquin was halfway there, Ling Xiao keenly noticed that this direction was even further away from the Imperial Palace, so he couldn't help but ask. That's right, we're not going to the Imperial Palace, but to Ling Yu's courtyard. Feng Nishan nodded and said, Perhaps Brother Ling doesn't know, but Ling Yu Courtyard is a rare leisure spot in the Imperial City. It's a summer retreat for members of the Imperial family. If you stay in the Imperial City for a while, you'll know about this place. Ling Yu's Courtyard? I've actually heard people mention it before. It's said that the food and wine there are the most expensive in the Imperial City, and the orchestral music there is the most beautiful in the Imperial City, even better than the musicians of the palace? Ling Xiao curiously asked. Precisely. Ling Yu's courtyard was built for Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei. In the past, it was their residence, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Feng Ninshan sighed. Later on, when the two of them left the Divine Phoenix continent, the Righteous Alliance transformed this place into a leisure spot for the members of the Imperial family. Although the price has gone up, it feels like the style has gone down. This lowly king has been there a few times, and the food and wine are truly worthy of their reputation. It's just that the competition is too severe. As he spoke, Feng Nishan stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to determine from Ling Zhao's reaction whether or not Ling Xiao knew of the matter between Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei. But he was disappointed. Although Ling Xiao had heard of these two people and suspected that he might be their son, he had only thought about it and wasn't sure. The palanquin quickly arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard. But after entering, they all got out of the palanquins. One could see that there were many extremely luxurious palanquins at the entrance. Some of them were worth tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even the cheapest was worth several 100,000. One could see that the people inside were truly wealthy and influential guests. According to the rules of Ling Yu's courtyard, carriages and palanquins are not allowed to enter. We can only walk. Feng Nishan explained. It's fine. Ling Xiao wasn't some rich young master. He had suffered hardships growing up. Let alone walking, even walking backwards wouldn't be a big deal. Inside the courtyard, there were truly beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was a completely different world. It felt like the space inside the courtyard was much larger than it appeared from the outside. Even the mountains and rivers could be accommodated. It was truly rather special. The air was suffused with the fragrance of water vapor and flowers, making one feel refreshed and energized. It truly is a good place. If I lived here for a long time, I might never get sick. Ling Xiao sighed and began to carefully examine the structure of the courtyard. Perhaps because he was proficient in formations, he was able to immediately notice that the layout of this courtyard was very special. This was the vast return formation of green mountains and clear water. This kind of formation was more inclined towards feng shui. It could condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the righteous energy. If one lived here for a long time, not only would they feel comfortable, but they would also be able to feel the righteous energy between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the deeper he went, the tighter his brows furrowed. This formation seemed to have been destroyed by someone. The green mountains and clear waters were preserved, but the righteous energy was not as strong as before. There were some decadent sounds mixed in the air, which made one feel uncomfortable. Chapter 10-15. What expert or noble? They're just a bunch of vulgar people. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully in the direction of that decadent voice. The aura of the vulgar world was gathering in the air, making this peaceful place seem noisy and uneasy. The three of them walked for a long time before a massive pavilion appeared in front of them. They were surrounded by a green lake and beautiful lotus flowers, with fish swimming in the water. A few people were seated on the pavilion, drinking and chatting merrily. It's over there. This lowly king should return. Uncle Qin Yen, protect Brother Ling. If this really is a feast at Treacherous Gate, you must escort him back safely. Feng Yinshan suddenly stopped and said, If there's no other way, just send the signal. I'll bring soldiers over. Ling Xiao was truly rather surprised. Feng Yinshan had gone to such lengths to win him over. He felt rather embarrassed. Your Highness, be at ease. With me here, no one will be able to harm a single hair on Ling Xiao's head, unless they step over my corpse. Feng Qinyan nodded and said, Uncle Qinyan, there's no need to be so nervous. Even if this is a feast at Treacherous Gate, the Emperor wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation. We've already impeached him for investigating the Qinshu College incident. That matter just passed, and if he causes another scandal, he'll immediately be forced to step down. Feng Nishan smiled and said, Brother Ling, this lowly king bids farewell. Clasping his hands, Feng Nishan turned and left. Your Highness, take care! After bidding farewell to Feng Nishan, Ling Xiao followed Feng Qinyan to the pavilion. The closer he got, the more he felt that this pavilion was far too vulgar. It simply didn't fit in with the surroundings. This pavilion originally didn't exist here, only a vast lake and plants. It truly was a good place, but when the Righteous Alliance built this pavilion, it ruined the feng shui. Perhaps because he could see Ling Zhao's disgust, Feng Qinyan explained. From this, it can be seen that the Righteous Alliance really isn't anything good. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had never interacted with the Righteous Alliance before, but from Yun Ye's words and what he had seen today, he was almost completely certain. No matter how powerful the Righteous Alliance was, it was still just a bunch of ordinary people. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard coming from the pavilion. It seemed to be a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Ling Xiao and Feng Qinyan walked to the bottom of the pavilion, but they were stopped by the imperial guards who were guarding there. Tell me your name! Ling Xiao! Feng Qinyan! Ling Xiao can go up, but Feng Qinyan can't. You're not invited. The imperial guard shook his head. What if I insist that he go up with me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He wasn't stupid. If this was really a feast at Hongmen, he would be courting death if he went alone. You could say that he was a coward. It was fine to say that he was cautious. In short, he only had one life, so he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. This is the rule. No one can violate it, the Imperial Guard said. All right then. Vice Principal Qinyan, let's go back. The Celestial Emperor doesn't welcome me. Ling Xiao didn't intend to barge in. The Celestial Emperor had his own rules, and he didn't want to break them. However, he had his own rules as well. He was a guest, not a prisoner. At most, he wouldn't participate in this banquet. What happened? Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan were about to leave, a voice came from the pavilion. Then, there were footsteps coming down the stairs. Soon, a young man wearing a gold-threaded crown and gorgeous clothes appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This person was very fair and clean, and he was dressed very fancily. If one didn't look carefully, they might have mistaken him for a girl. The corners of his mouth and the tips of his eyebrows were always filled with arrogance and pride, as if everyone in front of him was inferior to him. Young Master Jia, this person insisted on bringing an unrelated person up. We stopped him and he wanted to leave. The Imperial Guard looked respectfully at the young man and clasped his hands. How dare you! The Celestial Emperor has invited you. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Young Master Jia looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, go up obediently, and I'll reward you with a cup of wine. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the punishment of the Bright Mirror Bureau. There was a strong sense of command and threat in this person's tone. It was as if whatever he said, others had to listen. If they didn't listen, then it was impossible. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he continued to walk outside with Feng Qingyan. So what if he offended the Celestial Emperor? It wasn't like he hadn't offended him before. If he could make the Phoenix Academy complain incessantly, he could make the Celestial Emperor step down. The other party had better not offend him. Bastard, stop right there! Young Master Jia was anxious. He didn't expect these two people to not give him face. Even if the Celestial Emperor saw him, he would have to give him some face. Even if the Celestial Emperor was the Crown Prince, he would still be on equal footing. These two people dared to ignore him? He had never seen such an arrogant fool before. Uncle Qingyan, have you seen that idiot before? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he walked. I haven't seen him before. He's probably a stupid dog that no family has taken good care of. In the Imperial City, he really thinks he's so great. Even the Celestial Emperor wouldn't dare to act like this. Feng Qingyan shook his head and said with a smile, Bastard! Young Master Jia was really angry. His face darkened. A sword had appeared in his hand at some point. He then condensed a sword move and stabbed at Ling Xiao from behind. The sword she tore through the air, producing a strange whistling sound. Those who have attacked me are basically all dead. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and revealed a sinister smile. An overwhelming killing intent rushed toward young Master Jia. This terrifying killing intent could destroy and kill everything. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Jia actually stopped midway. He was actually intimidated by this killing intent. No! Impossible! How could I, young Master Jia, be intimidated by a mere killing intent? Impossible! The young man's anger exploded again. The cold light on his sword became even more intense. You're courting death! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a pocket-sized crimson sun all pierced through the air. Immediately, sword light shot out in all directions. It was incomparably fierce. Boom! The entire long corridor shook a few times. The nearby water surface was blasted up to a height of 10 feet. Young Master Jia only felt an extremely terrifying force coming from the sword. His body involuntarily retreated. Pa! Then, he directly hit the stairs and fell into the water. Young Master Jia, who had finally stopped, was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a drenched chicken. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura returned to normal. It was as if he had never made a move. Feng Qingyan, who was at the side, was also shocked. He could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had increased again. Moreover, in terms of control of heavenly origin energy, he was probably even more exquisite than the 10 great phoenixes. He could release and retract as he wished. It was simply a smooth operation that had reached perfection. Chapter 1016. Young Master Jia, right? When you walk on the street in the future, you'd better pay attention to your words and actions. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to leave again. Young Master Jia, who was picked out of the water, was extremely angry. The young man in front of him seemed to be younger than him, but he actually dared to teach him a lesson. His father had never beaten him like this since he was young. This person actually dared to hit him. He couldn't take this lying down. I'll kill you! Young Master Jia's anger had already gone to his head. He didn't care about anything else. He flew into a rage and wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Letting you live is because I don't want to dirty my hands. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao was already annoyed by his pestering. If it was any other time, he would have already killed him. However, the Emperor and the others were in the pavilion today, so he couldn't give others an excuse to find trouble with him. However, if the other party kept provoking him, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. A cold sword intent was released. Ling Xiao really wanted to kill. Wait a moment. This is a quiet place. It's better not to act rashly. A voice rang out, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword intent and looked at the person indifferently. So it's the young master of the Divine Phoenix Auction House, Phoenix Cry Wushan, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It's rare that Brother Ling still remembers me. Phoenix Cry Wushan also smiled, then looked at young Master Jia and said, Young Master Jia, give me some face today and don't argue. After all, it's not good for your righteous alliance. If it weren't for you, I would definitely kill him today. Young Master Jia snorted coldly and jumped up the pavilion. Phoenix Cry Wushan looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, please come to the banquet. Naturally, Vice Principal Qin Yan can also come along. In that case, Vice Principal, let's go. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. He also didn't want to fall out with the Emperor, but he definitely had to bring Feng Qin Yan, his bodyguard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good time at the Hongmen banquet. All right. Feng Qin Yan nodded. Together with Ling Xiao, he followed Feng Minwu Mountain's guidance and went up to the pavilion. This pavilion was very big, and there were some tables and chairs carved from white jade on display. They were clean and tidy, and they looked noble and luxurious. The patterns engraved on it were all the handiwork of a master sculptor. Among the common folk, white jade was an extremely precious gem. However, here, it could be carved into a table and chair and placed casually. Perhaps this was the privilege of warriors, the privilege of nobles. In the middle of the pavilion, there was a woman holding a pipa. She was playing a moving piece of string music. Beside her, there was a sexy and beautiful woman dancing for her. It was clear that these women had been carefully selected. Not only were their heights exactly the same, even their appearances were top-notch. They were very attentive when they played and danced. Every frown and smile seemed to be able to hook one's soul. This wasn't an illusion of Ling Xiao's. It really existed. These women all hoped to be able to catch the eye of the people present. After all, those who had the qualifications to enter Ling Yu's courtyard were all extremely wealthy and respectable. The appearance of Ling Xiao and Feng Qinyan did not alarm many people. There were many young talents sitting in the pavilion, but they seemed to be disdainful of Ling Xiao. Their eyes were all on the beautiful woman dancing gracefully. Only the monarch smiled slightly at Ling Xiao, which could be considered as a signal. Ling Xiao did not care about these people's contempt. Status was not obtained by pretending, but by strength. Even though these people looked down on him in every possible way, their strength was inferior to his. When he went out, others would only respect him, Ling Xiao more. There were more than 20 young talents present. Ling Xiao did not know most of them, but there were a few who looked familiar. For example, Feng Minwu Shan was one of them. Young Master Jia, who had a conflict with him just now, was also one of them. Another one was Yen Ping from the Great Rock Clan, who had a grudge with him in the Divine Phoenix Auction House. Then there were the two siblings, Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, whose cultivation had been destroyed by him but later recovered. Feng Yanran was also present. Among his acquaintances, she was probably the only one who had the best relationship with him. These people were either descendants of aristocrats, or the young masters of large sections. Anyway, all of them had prominent statuses. In comparison, Ling Xiao appeared very shabby. But in terms of strength, Ling Xiao believed that no one present was his match. Now in the entire imperial city, other than the 10 great phoenixes and a few other geniuses, Ling Xiao really did not think that there was anyone who was stronger than him. It seemed that this was not some hongmen banquet. Otherwise, other than the monarch, if no one present was his match, then what was the point? After observing the people present, Ling Xiao prepared to find a place to sit. But he realized that there was no empty seat in the pavilion. That young Master Jia had occupied 3 seats by himself. He actually reclined there, and then looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. At this time, the rest of the people also looked at Ling Xiao. Most of them let out cold laughter, as if being able to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself was something worth being happy about. Ling Xiao, Uncle Qingyan, sit with me. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn and leave, Feng Yanran stood up and said with a smile. Seeing this scene, a black color suddenly appeared between young Master Jia's brows, as if he was angry again. The 2 of you should sit with me. Yanran is a princess and a girl. It's not appropriate for you to sit with her, young Master Jia said. He seemed to be suppressing his anger. After all, in front of the monarch, he did not dare to act recklessly. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him at all. He and Feng Qingyan walked to Feng Yanran's side and sat down. Bastard! How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? Young Master Jia was immediately furious. His murderous aura once again filled the air and pressed towards Ling Xiao. In front of the monarch, he actually dared to act like this. It meant that he was used to being arrogant. When everyone saw this scene, they were all surprised. This young Master Jia's temper was not very good. No one present was willing to offend him. This Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore this young Master Jia. He was really bold. Sure enough, as the rumors said, Ling Xiao was really an arrogant and daring person. Jia Yun, let's talk about it later. Today is the monarch's banquet. Don't be rude. At this time, the voice of Feng Ming Wushan rang out again. Although it was light, it was very useful. It seemed that this young Master Jia Yun was somewhat afraid of Phoenix Cry Wushan. Otherwise, with his character, it was impossible for him to be so obedient. When Jia Yun heard this, he glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, but in the end, he did not flare up. Long live His Majesty! After Ling Xiao sat down, he cupped his hands towards the monarch and said. When he came in, he realized that this monarch was more majestic than he had imagined. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to win the position of monarch in the previous competition. Chapter 10:17. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch was a very powerful figure. He was probably even more powerful than Feng Yishan and Feng Mingqishan. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch could only be re-elected once, Feng Yishan and Feng Mingqishan probably wouldn't have anything to do with him for a total of 8 years. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that this emperor was a scheming person. On the surface, he looked like a gentle and kind uncle. However, no one knew what this uncle was thinking in his heart. I'm sure all of you already know that this is Ling Xiao, the genius who defeated the Blood Skull in a public duel. The monarch pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him simply with a smile. Although most of the people present knew Ling Xiao's identity, there were still some who didn't. Some people were so engrossed in their cultivation that they didn't know anything about what was going on outside. For example, Ningku, who Ling Xiao had met before, had been in seclusion in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. He didn't know how powerful he was and insisted on finding trouble with him. In the end, he was taught a lesson. Originally, these people didn't care much about Ling Xiao. However, when they heard this, they were slightly surprised. Although being able to defeat the Blood Skull wasn't a big deal, it was still something to be proud of. No wonder the monarch invited him to the border trial this time. In the end, He's just a lowly human. Some people just didn't pay attention to the situation. The one who spoke was none other than Yan Ping. That day at the Divine Phoenix auction house, Ling Xiao made Yan Ping lose face. Later, Yan Ping sent a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist to kill Ling Xiao. However, that Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist died in the end. This caused Yan Ping to be punished by his family. Until today, his butt still hurt. He had completely placed this debt on Ling Xiao's head and hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Although he was afraid of Ling Xiao, what was this place? He was not afraid that Ling Xiao would fly into a rage out of humiliation. That's right. He only defeated the Blood Skeleton, ranked 20th in the Phoenix Academy. There's really nothing to brag about. Since he's so arrogant and despotic, it's obvious that he's not a good person. Jia Yun took the opportunity to mutter. The blood skull was indeed nothing in his eyes. Hee, the Emperor has already made his judgment on how we defeated the blood skull. Could it be that the two of you think you're wiser than the Emperor? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His words made Yan Ping and Jia Yun's faces turn ugly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm not trying to deny your words. Yan Ping hurriedly stood up and knelt on the ground to apologize to the Emperor. On the other hand, Jia Yun's character was arrogant to the extreme. Moreover, he was also extremely stupid. He did not apologize to the Celestial Emperor. Instead, he said indifferently, "The Celestial Emperor is a magnanimous person. Why would you care about such trivial matters? Moreover, what I said was not wrong. Putting aside whether the Emperor was magnanimous or not, with your idiotic attitude, sooner or later, you'll die without knowing why." Ling Xiao shook his head inwardly. This Jia Yun had really been spoiled by his elders. They had spoiled him to the point that he became an idiot. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Jia Yun has always been a straightforward person. The Emperor laughed, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Brother Ling probably doesn't know much about the people here. Let me introduce them to you. This young Master Jia Yun is one of the young lords of the Righteous Alliance. I'm sure Brother Ling already knows that. This Lingyu courtyard is now the property of the Righteous Alliance. Feng Min Wushan was a person who knew how to read people's expressions. In order to dissolve the awkward atmosphere, he began to introduce the young talents present to Ling Xiao. Of course, the main point was still Jia Yun. Yan Peng was a member of the Great Ping race. Ling Xiao knew this. Feng Yanren was a princess of the Fire Phoenix race. Ling Xiao also knew this. Feng Mingbo and Feng Mingyu were members of the Ice Phoenix race. Their father was currently the Nine Gates Inspector of the Phoenix Army, and was responsible for the security of the Imperial City. The other young talents all came from illustrious families. But they all seemed to have one thing in common. Besides young Master Jia of the Righteous Alliance, the rest were all nobles of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for young Master Jia Yun, his status was perhaps even higher than these nobles. In this way, Ling Xiao was truly a bit of an oddity. Oddities would always be ostracized. In the eyes of these high and mighty people, Ling Xiao was incompatible with them. Thus, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was not worthy of appearing in such a place. But the Emperor treated Ling Xiao with respect. Feng Yanran and Ling Xiao were even closer. Feng Qinyan, the imperial uncle of the Fire Phoenix race, was actually willing to be Ling Xiao's bodyguard. All of this made them go crazy with jealousy, and their displeasure with Ling Xiao only continued to increase. Since the introductions have been made, we will first drink with all of you heroes. Consider this the final drink of this border trial. The Emperor raised his wine cup. Everyone hurriedly raised their cups. Words are useless. Everything is in this cup of wine. Cheers! The Emperor drained his cup. Everyone raised their cups and drank the strong wine. Their throats were somewhat hot, but this heat quickly swept through their bodies, making them feel like they were brave warriors on a campaign. Good! I hope that all of you heroes can unite and make great contributions to the Empire. We will wait for you in the Imperial City. The Emperor excitedly said, Your Majesty, this sort of atmosphere is truly unsuitable for women. It would be better to have a martial arts competition to show off your heroic qualities. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Min Wuxian suddenly cupped his hands and said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. It was indeed a feast at Hongmen. It was not so easy to enjoy this banquet. That's very good. We have heard of the names of all of you heroes, but we have never had the chance to see your martial arts. Since this is an auspicious day, why don't we have a competition? The emperor nodded and said. These 2 people had clearly discussed it. Otherwise, they would not have cooperated so well. Your Majesty, it is naturally a good thing to have a martial arts competition to liven things up, but there should be some prizes. Otherwise, everyone will lose interest. Jia Yun said with a smile. This person was really used to being casual. In front of the emperor, he had no intention of restraining himself. Of course there is a prize, and everyone should be interested in it. The emperor smiled slightly, and then clapped his hands gently. Piao Shui, you can come up. Feng Minwu Piao Shui, dressed in white, gracefully stepped on the water waves and arrived. Beautiful! Except for Ling Xiao, the rest of the people in the field could not help but reveal an amazed expression. Even Feng Yanran, who was a woman, was also stunned by this woman's beauty. Ling Xiao certainly knew that Feng Minwu Piao Shui was very beautiful, but he had seen so many beauties that he did not care so much. In his heart, there was only one woman who he really wanted to marry, and that was the Moon Maiden. He had many female confidants, and there were a few who were more outstanding than Feng Minwu Piao Shui. Ling Yixue and Han Miankeo were probably not inferior to this woman. Chapter 10-18. Lady Piao Shui is a master of both singing and dancing. Whoever wins today will be able to sing and dance for Lady Piao Shui. What do you think? The emperor stroked his beard and smiled. Sure. Jia Yun was the first to stand up. His breathing had become a little rapid. Just now, he was jealous and angry because Ling Xiao was sitting next to Feng Yanran. Now that a prettier woman had appeared, he had completely forgotten about Feng Yanran. This person really belonged to the playbook category. The rest of the people also agreed. Only Ling Xiao did not express his opinion. He did not want to compete in martial arts, and had no interest in Feng Ming and Piao Shui. However, the emperor asked him personally, Ling Xiao, are you willing to do so? Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming and Piao Shui indifferently. The scene outside the Phoenix Academy quickly flashed across his mind. He did not like this woman. Or rather, he did not like people who thought they were high and mighty and could order and trample on others at will. Feng Ming and Piao Shui happened to be one of them. I am sorry, Your Majesty. I caught a cold today and am not feeling well. I will not compete in martial arts. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. In the end, he still gave the emperor some face and did not say anything too unpleasant. After all, he was now a disciple of Qingshu College. His words and actions could implicate Qingshu College. It was better to be safe. Not feeling well? I think you don't have the guts. Yan Ping sneered disdainfully. Haha, whatever you say, loser. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought that Yan Ping was really ridiculous. Back at the Divine Phoenix auction house, Yan Ping was no match for him. Now that his cultivation and strength had improved greatly, it was even more impossible for Yan Ping to be a match for him. Yet Yan Ping still dared to be so arrogant. Did he think that the emperor was here, so he was fearless? Ling Xiao's words were said casually, but the impact was not weak. When Yan Ping heard this, he immediately shut his mouth with a gloomy expression. He tried to make people think that Ling Xiao was a coward. However, Ling Xiao's counterattack made Yan Ping look like a coward who used his connections to intimidate others. Hearing this, many people looked at each other and smiled. Today's show was coming one after another. Ling Xiao was so arrogant that he called the Great Rock race cowards in front of the emperor. Interesting. What they didn't know was that Ling Xiao wasn't just saying that. In his heart, he had already determined that Yan Ping was a coward. Furthermore, he was a scumbag coward. Vile people who only know how to use their family background and status to harm others. Of the scum. Shameless. Your Majesty, you heard it, right? How arrogant is this Ling Xiao? He doesn't even put you in his eyes. You asked him to spar, but he refused with an excuse. This is really disrespectful. It was a smart move. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, All right. Although I'm sick, it's not impossible for someone to force me to take action. It's just that I have two presumptuous requests. I hope your Majesty can agree. Speak. Firstly, if I win, I only want material rewards. It's best if it's spirit stones. Forget about Lady Piao Shue's song and dance. I'm not interested in it. Secondly, if we really have to compete, I want to fight with Yan Ping first. As he spoke, Ling Xiao looked at Yan Ping with disdain. You want to force me to take action? I'll fulfill your wish. His words completely offended Feng Ming's Piao Shui. However, he did not care. So be it. He did not have a good impression of this woman in the first place. Ling Xiao, do you know my true identity? Feng Ming's Piao Shui had never suffered such grievances. She took the initiative to offer a song and dance, but someone actually rejected her directly. It was as if he did not care at all. Lady Piao Shui, if my words offended you, I apologize. However, I'm a materialistic person and prefer spirit stones. I'm not that interested in romantic relationships. Ling Xiao smiled and said, As for Lady Piao Shui's true identity, I'm really not that interested. If you don't want to know, I'm going to say it. Feng Ming's Piao Shui shouted sternly. All right. Say it. Ling Xiao was really speechless. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? Couldn't he not be interested in her identity? Did he have to listen? Forget it. Let's listen. It's not a big deal anyway. Don't pretend to be uninterested. After hearing my true identity, you'll definitely regret rejecting the Emperor's good intentions. Feng Ming's Piao Shui was really going to be angered to death by Ling Xiao. Although she grew up in the Divine Phoenix Continent's Ice Phoenix clan, her identity was much more honorable than the Emperor sitting here. It was just that for some reason, she was fostered here. She had always been protected by experts. If it was not for breaking the balance, she would have asked those people to destroy Qingshu College. There would not be a confrontation between Qingshu College and Phoenix Academy. However, if the tiger did not show its might, Ling Xiao would really treat her as a sick cat. Listen carefully. I'm the Saintess candidate of Changle Celestial Island, one of the 5 great celestial islands. Feng Ming's Piao Shui stared at Ling Xiao and said word by word. Oh my, how surprising. I didn't expect Lady Piao Shui to be the Saintess of Changle Celestial Island. Oh, a candidate. Actually, Ling Xiao was a little surprised by Feng Ming's Piao Shui's identity. After all, Changle Celestial Island was a force above the Divine Phoenix Empire, and should not be underestimated. However, he was only a little surprised. When he was in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, he even dared to provoke the Sage Emperor. What was a mere Saintess candidate of Changle Celestial Island to him? Although the sacred dynasty had declined, the Sage Emperor was still the Sage Emperor. He was the ruler of a country. Although Changle Celestial Island was powerful, the Saintess was just a symbol. Moreover, Feng Ming's Piao Shui was not the Saintess. She was just a candidate. How could he care too much? Not to mention, he had communicated with the human king through his soul. His standards were much higher than many people. He would only be more disdainful of Feng Ming's Piao Shui putting on airs in front of him. You! Feng Ming's Piao Shui was so angry that her hands trembled, but she did not know what to say. He just didn't want to curry favor with you. What else could you do? Damn it! Which one of you is willing to teach this arrogant guy a lesson for me? Feng Ming's Piao Shui was very arrogant. Perhaps she felt that in this small Divine Phoenix Empire, everyone had to curry favor with her. If Ling Xiao was not willing, it would mean that he had completely offended her. Therefore, she wanted to use her own methods to take care of Ling Xiao and vent her anger. Lady Piao Shui, why don't I teach this brat a lesson? The person who spoke was called Kong Yu. He was from the Peacock clan and belonged to the same clan as one of the 10 great phoenixes, Kong He. Ling Xiao glanced at Kong Yu indifferently. This person was much stronger than Yan Ping, but to him, he was not a threat at all. He came here today to drink and eat, not to fight. He was really unwilling to waste his energy. Chapter 10-19. Ling Xiao didn't want to liven things up with martial arts. After all, who would do something that didn't benefit him? So he just waved his hand and said, "Everyone here is an expert, so I won't embarrass myself." "Are you afraid?" Kong Yu asked coldly. Hee, I'm indeed afraid, and I'm so afraid that I'm trembling all over." Ling Xiao continued to eat his wine and dishes in disdain. Competing with an idiot, you'll only anger yourself to death, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Kong Yu. What's more, the Emperor didn't say that he would be rewarded if he won, so he couldn't be bothered to make a move. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone couldn't help but frown. They all felt that this Ling Xiao didn't live up to his name. Otherwise, why would he refuse to accept the challenge today? He must be really afraid, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui glanced at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little proud, he felt a little unhappy. It felt as if he had punched cotton, completely unable to exert any strength. Needless to say, it was very awkward. Was this kid really afraid, or was he pretending? Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't want to give up so easily. Yan Peng was a very observant person. Seeing Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's expression, he knew what Phoenix Cry Piao Shui wanted to do, so he chuckled and said, "Ling Xiao, today's martial arts competition was proposed by Brother Wu Shan, and the Emperor agreed. If you refuse, you won't give face to the Emperor and Brother Wu Shan." "Oh? In that case, I wanted to challenge you just now, and you were willing to agree?" Ling Xiao looked at Yan Ping with a smile and asked. This, of course, Yan Ping didn't dare to agree to Ling Xiao, because he knew Ling Xiao's strength. He knew that he was no match for him. Peng Yu had also warned him not to overestimate himself and provoke Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to joke with his life. If he fought with Ling Xiao, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at Yan Peng's awkward look, Ling Xiao joked. "What? Yan Peng, are you not giving face to the Emperor and Phoenix Cry Wushan?" His tone was full of mockery. Yan Peng felt even more awkward and didn't dare to utter a word. "If you don't dare, then shut your stinky mouth. Are you afraid that others won't know that a scum like you only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong?" Ling Xiao cursed in disdain and continued to eat. His attitude was very clear. He was not going to fight. If he wanted to fight, he would have to let Yan Peng fight first, or give him a generous reward. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. "Ling Xiao, if you are a man, don't try to change the topic. Do you dare to accept Kong Yu's challenge?" Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry glared fiercely at Yan Peng, and then had no choice but to personally provoke Ling Xiao. "I'm not a man? Could it be that you are?" He. I didn't know that the Saintess candidate of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was actually a man. Ling Xiao laughed. You bastard." Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry's face immediately flushed red. How could she be a match for Ling Xiao? There was probably no one here who could compare to Ling Xiao. TSK, the Saintess candidate is as beautiful as a flower, like a fairy, but her mouth is full of vulgarities. I'm afraid it's not good. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue and sighed. Cough, cough, Ling Xiao, don't bully Lady Fluttering Snow. She's a girl after all, and she's thin-skinned. Just let her be. How about you spar with Kong Yu and make her happy? Just treat it as giving me face. Seeing that the situation was constantly developing in a direction that was beneficial to Ling Xiao, the Emperor suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. He had originally thought that if the Emperor tried to rope him in, should he help the Emperor or Feng Yishan? After all, the Emperor was powerful. If he could make use of him, it would be easier for him to accomplish his goals. But now, it seemed that there was no need to choose. From this moment on, Ling Xiao knew that he was not on the same side as the Emperor. In the current situation, the Emperor had chosen Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry and not him. This was already very obvious. Hee, since your Majesty has said so, how can this humble one disobey? However, I wonder if your Majesty can satisfy my 2 requests? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ling Xiao, are you tired of living? How dare you negotiate with the Emperor? Yanpeng reprimanded. Shut up. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced on Yanpeng with killing intent and shouted sternly. Plop! Yanpeng squatted on the ground, and the wine and dishes on the table scattered all over the ground. The Emperor has always been fair. He won't side with anyone, right? Since he was not prepared to cooperate, Ling Xiao did not need to give the Emperor any face. It was fine as long as he did not offend him too much. Forget it. Every time you win, you will get 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, if you can defeat Kong Yu, Yanpeng must accept your challenge. That should be enough, right? The Emperor said loudly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Ling Xiao thought to himself, you're still not satisfied. I'm even more dissatisfied. I'm clearly doing well in the academy. I just came out of seclusion and haven't even caught up with my friends, but you called me here. I can't even eat properly and have to compete in martial arts. Who is more aggrieved? Every time I win, I will get 10 million low-grade spirit stones. I won't go on stage if I lose one. Does the Emperor think that I, Ling Xiao, am still a beggar in the past? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Wasting so much time, I can earn a lot of low-grade spirit stones by just refining a pill. Brother Ling, it's better not to go too far. Feng Min Wushan reminded. Am I going too far? Forcing others to compete, isn't that even more excessive? Ling Xiao sneered. If you can't afford it, then forget about the competition. Here. The Emperor suddenly said loudly, and the anger in his voice was even stronger. Feng Qingyan frowned and looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. The Emperor is indeed generous, as expected of the #1 expert of our divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao smiled, then stood up, looked at Yanpeng, and said, Yanpeng, did you hear the Emperor's words just now? If I win against Kong Yu, you must accept my challenge. Fine, I'll accept it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yanpeng suddenly became brave. But was he really brave? Of course not. He just thought that Kong Yu would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Kong Yu was at the early stage of 8 Desolate Heaven, so how could Ling Xiao defeat him? Unfortunately, Yanpeng had been cultivating at home recently, so he didn't know that Ling Xiao had killed Shimen Bumi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. His impression of Ling Xiao was still the scene of Ling Xiao defeating Blood Skull in the square that day. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation should only be at the early stage of 6 Arts Heaven. There was no advantage at all in the early stage of 6 Arts Heaven against the early stage of 8 Desolate Heaven. Moreover, although Kong Yu was not as good as Kong he was still a genius, and was stronger than ordinary early stage 8 Desolate Heaven martial artists. It was because of this that Yanpeng dared to accept Ling Xiao's challenge. In any case, Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated by Kong Yu, and if he didn't die, he would be injured, so what was he afraid of? Chapter 1020. Among the crowd, only Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran were concerned and worried about Ling Xiao. As for the others, most of them were envious of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao made a fool of himself here and was completely defeated, they would be happy to watch the show. Moreover, if Feng Ming and Piao Shui hated him, then they hated him. Even if there was no reason, they had to hate him. So what if Ling Xiao defeated the Blood Skull? The Blood Skull was not even worth mentioning in front of Kong Yu. Ling Xiao did not care about these people's gazes. He naturally knew that there were people who wanted to watch a good show, but he did not want to let them have their way. Kong Yu, right? Since you want to make a fool of yourself, then I will have to make a move. He slowly stood up, looked at Kong Yu with a smile, and then said, The one who will make a fool of himself will be you. Kong Yu said coldly. Is that so? What do you want to fight me? Ling Xiao did not want to waste time and directly asked. Since it is a martial arts competition, then we need to choose a spacious place. This place is too narrow. Why don't we fight on the lake? We are not allowed to ride boats. Let's fight on the waves. How about it? Kong Yu asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking. But just as he agreed, he noticed that the crowd was somewhat mocking and gloating. He was a little confused, so he looked at Feng Yanran. Feng Yanran transmitted her voice. You are too reckless. Don't forget that this is Ling Yu's courtyard, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. You offended that Jia Yun, so would he not help Kong Yu? Be careful of the things in the water. Hee, they better not mess around. Otherwise, I don't know when I will go crazy. Miracle Hand Celestial Exalted Sun Shang is the best example. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. If it was a fair fight, he would not hurt his opponent. He only needed to win. But if his opponent tried to play tricks and set him up, then he would be sorry. If he did not use some extreme methods, would he still be Ling Xiao? Brother Ling, please! Kong Yu gestured for them to go ahead. Ling Xiao glanced at him indifferently, and then leaped onto the surface of the lake. He stepped on the ripples as if he was walking on flat ground. Good movement technique! This move of his made the crowd exclaim in admiration. However, these people didn't know that this was just Ling Xiao's basic skills. He hadn't even used his movement skills yet. Otherwise, these people's eyes would probably fall out. That's all you've got! Kong Yu sneered and then leaped up. A pair of wings grew out of his back. It was the peacock feather. He was from the peacock race, a birdman. It was normal for him to have wings. In order to show off his movement skills, Kong Yu even purposely performed a few drunken spear moves in the air, causing Feng Ming and Piao Shui to be all smiles. That's a really good movement skill. Ling Xiao's movement skill is just the most basic form of walking on water. Even a transcendent realm cultivator can do that. Soon, everyone began to despise Ling Xiao's movement skill and praised Kong Yu's movement skill. This is normal. Kong Yu is from the peacock race. Ling Xiao, that idiot, is just a lowly human who can't even fly. He actually dares to fight Kong Yu on the water. What an idiot! Jia Yun sneered and said, I bet that Kong Yu will win this battle in 10 moves. Who dares to bet with me? Young Master Jia is too cunning. Everyone can see that Kong Yu is strong. You are in an invincible position. How can we bet? Yan Ping smiled flatteringly. I'll bet with you. The slap in the face came too quickly. Before Yan Ping finished speaking, Feng Yanran had already spoken. Oh? Does Miss Yanran want to bet with me? What kind of bet? Naturally, I bet that Ling Xiao will win in less than 3 moves. If I lose, I will agree to marry you, Feng Yanran said loudly. Yo! Everyone began to jeer. Because everyone knew that Jia Yun liked Feng Yanran. Okay, it's a deal. I bet that Kong Yu will win. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, Jia Yun said excitedly. Although he liked Feng Ming and Piao Shui more, Feng Ming and Piao Shui were the kind of people who could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. He could think about it, but he could not really touch it. Feng Yanran was different. Although she was not as beautiful, her temperament was not inferior to Feng Ming and Piao Shui. The key was that as long as he was willing, he could really get his hands on her. You don't have to do whatever you want with me. If young Master Jia loses, don't bother me in the future. How about it? Feng Yanran looked at Jia Yun and said, Do you hate me that much? Humph, but it's useless. You will lose today. He turned his head and looked above the blue waves. Ling Xiao and Kong Yu had not started yet. Both of them were standing there, as if they were preparing. Kong Yu floated in the air and looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have a small grudge with you. You killed Kulong and Kuyu from my peacock clan, but this is not enough to make me hate you too much. However, you should not have provoked Lady Piao Shui, and you should not have made her angry. She is angry, so I am angry too. Tell me, what should I do with you? You worked so hard. Will she let you touch her? Ling Xiao asked teasingly. Bastard, how dare you blaspheme Lady Piao Shui? Kong Yu was so angry that he was trembling all over. Humph, men don't have to hide such things. So many of you are sucking up to Feng Ming and Piao Shui because you want to sleep with her one day. Why are you so hypocritical? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In the pavilion, Feng Ming Piao Shui was even more furious. Normally, the people around her would flatter her, but this Ling Xiao was different. She really hated him to the bone, and it just so happened that she had some competitive thoughts. She did not want Ling Xiao to die so soon. Ling Xiao, you're done for. Look at how angry you have made Lady Piao Shui. Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death and let you leave this world as soon as possible. Now, it seems like I can't do that. At this point, Kong Yu suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I'm going to cripple your cultivation first, and then hand you over to Lady Piao Shui. I believe that the people from Qingshu College will not dare to say a word. Aren't we sparring? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. Can you cripple someone's cultivation in a sparring session? He really thought that this was just a sparring session. Although Kong Yu had said a few things that made him unhappy, he would not kill him because of this. However, what he did not expect was that the children of these rich and noble families would not care about the life of a human being. In the imperial city, a few humans died almost every day. They were either tortured to death by their masters, beaten to death, or exhausted to death. Ling Xiao saw these things. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. This was because he was not strong enough, and his influence was not enough. He could save 1 or 2 people, but he could not save all the humans in the world. Now Kong Yu wanted to cripple his cultivation just because he said a few disrespectful words to Feng Ming and Piao Shui. He really treated him as a piece of trash that could be trampled on at will. Chapter 1021. Ha ha! Should I say that you are naive or stupid? A lowly human wants to spar with our noble peacock clan. If you die, then so be it. I just want to cripple your cultivation. That's already too easy for you. Are you still dissatisfied? Kong Yu couldn't help but laugh. In the pavilion, laughter was also intertwined. Only Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran looked indifferent. They vaguely remembered that such a scene seemed to have happened before, and those people who kept laughing afterwards were either crippled or dead. Is it funny? Ling Xiao asked faintly. It's more than funny. It's the biggest joke in the world. It seems that you humans are born with a sense of humor. Kong Yu suddenly said coldly. Next, you'd better not fight back. I promise to only cripple your cultivation. If you dare to move, I will kill you. After saying that, Kong Yu suddenly slapped the water surface. Then, the surface of the lake trembled, and a behemoth slowly rose from the bottom of the water. Then, 7 or 8 tentacles wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, imprisoning him above the water surface. It was a huge octopus. It felt that its aura was definitely not inferior to a 7-star heavenly peak martial artist. Your Majesty, isn't this against the rules? Feng Yanran was anxious. This is part of the natural conditions. It can't be said to be against the rules. You can only blame Ling Xiao for being unlucky. The Emperor sighed. Haha, it's not against the rules. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Although he was tightly bound by the octopus tentacles, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm smile. He didn't look panicked at all. Boy, you can still smile now? You can't even move. You are just a fish on my chopping board. Kong Yu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He didn't understand. Had Ling Xiao lost his mind? How could he still smile in such a situation? To deal with you, do I need to use my hands and feet? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Suddenly, a shocking sword intent erupted from his body. The sword intent was the fusion of slaughter and destruction. It seemed to condense into a physical entity. Pa 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 pa. The tentacles of the octopus were broken one by one. Even though Ling Xiao did not use any weapons, the octopus was bleeding profusely. The octopus roared in horror and dived into the water. This scene stunned everyone who saw it. Although that octopus was not as strong as Kong Yu, he was still at the peak of 7 stars heaven. How could he be so easily defeated by Ling Xiao? Scared? Ling Xiao slowly approached Kong Yu. He stepped on the water as if he was stepping on the ground. There was no discomfort at all. The lake water behind him was like an enraged monster, setting off waves that were several meters high. Within the waves, a terrifying power was condensing. What? Kong Yu was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He then condensed the sword move and pierced through the air. A streak of sword chi enveloped the lake water and actually condensed into an aqua-blue phoenix, which pounced towards Ling Xiao. Break! Ling Xiao still walked forward. Reaching out his right hand, golden light flickered in his hand, and he actually crushed that aqua-blue phoenix forcefully. People looked at this scene in shock. They were all alarmed by Ling Xiao's strength. How could he be so strong? How could a mere martial artist at the early stage of the 6 arts heaven realm cause such terrifying destructive power? Furthermore, what was the deal with that terrifying sword intent? To actually be able to trigger the lake water to participate in the attack, this was simply unheard of. Although the current Ling Xiao still looked so ordinary on the surface, plain and unadorned. But those who could feel his terrifying aura could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. Could this guy be a deity descending to the mortal world? How could he be powerful to such a realm? Jia Yun's expression changed. Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow's expression was gloomy. And Kong Yu, who bore the brunt of it, was practically completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao would actually be so strong. If he had known this earlier, he would not have stepped forward even if he was beaten to death. He just wanted to win Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow's favor. If he lost his life because of this, it was really not worth it. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped about 5 meters away from Kong Yu and said, Kong Yu of the Peacock clan, do you know why I was unwilling to accept your challenge just now? Because I felt that it was very boring and you were really not worthy of my challenge. But since you want to cripple me, then in accordance with my usual style, naturally, I will cripple you too. I hope you won't regret it because of this. Shadow Step. The first step of the Shadow Profound Meaning's extinction was the Shadow Step. Ling Xiao had only used it when he was seriously injured by Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow. This time, he planned to broaden Kong Yu's horizons. Shadow Step was different from Divine Light Travel. Its speed might not be as fast as Divine Light Travel, but the most terrifying thing was that once it was used, the person would disappear. If it was used with Shadow Armor, the effect would be even better. Shadow Cone. Shadow Step naturally needed to be used with Shadow Cone. It was without a trace and without a trace. With Kong Yu's level, it was impossible for him to detect where he was and when he attacked. Even if his cultivation did not break through, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by many times after comprehending Shadow Step. From beginning to end, there was no aura at all. Kong Yu could not sense it, so he could only run. He spread his peacock feather and desperately fled to the pavilion. He believed that in front of the Emperor, Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to easily hurt him. Unfortunately, he did not have that chance. Shadow Step was faster. Shadow Cone was even faster. If Kong Yu defended with all his might, he might be able to resist for a while. However, he chose to run, and the result was that the Shadow Cone directly pierced through his heavenly meridian. The terrifying shadow force began to wreak havoc on Kong Yu's body, knocking him down from the air and onto the water. Gulp! On the pavilion, everyone could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in surprise. Only now did they understand that Ling Xiao was not afraid of Kong Yu. It was just that he disdained to fight with Kong Yu. In order to show off in front of Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow, Kong Yu wanted to use Ling Xiao as a gift. Hence, he actually threatened to cripple Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this sentence of his, this thought of his, that completely pushed him into the bottomless abyss. If one did not seek death, one would not die. Why did he not understand? Ling Xiao only used one shadow cone to deal with Kong Yu. If one had to count the movement technique, then it could barely be considered 2 moves. It was so clean and neat, so effortless, so domineering and insufferably arrogant. What terrifying strength! Is this really just a martial artist with 6 arts heaven early stage cultivation? I don't understand either. On the pavilion, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with endless fear in their hearts. Including the Emperor, his brows were also tightly knitted together. It was impossible for him to win over Ling Xiao. This time, he let Ling Xiao come over as a Hongmen banquet. At the same time, he also wanted to test Ling Xiao's aptitude and see if he should be eliminated at all costs. Now he was certain. This person could not be left alive. Chapter 1022. Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a great help to Feng Yishan and also a great enemy to his successor, Feng Mingqishan. Jia Yun, you've lost! Feng Yanran's voice made Jia Yun, who was already gloomy, even angrier. I know, I won't pester you any more in the future, Jia Yun said coldly. He did not hate Feng Yanran, but he blamed all of this on Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao had taken away his woman and his happiness. He wanted revenge. On the surface of the lake, Kong Yu's body floated there. Ling Xiao did not let him sink. He said that he would cripple Kong Yu's cultivation, so he would not let him die. At this moment, Kong Yu was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, as if he was looking at an invincible demon god. Ling Xiao actually crippled him? Crippled his cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated to the 8 desolate heaven? It couldn't be true, right? Kong Yu could not believe this fact. He tried his best not to think about it, but one terrifying thought after another kept attacking him. In the big clans, there was endless fighting. Once one lost their cultivation, it meant that they would be completely banished to the cold palace and become a piece of trash that could be bullied by anyone. Just now, you said that you would cripple me, right? You said that you would be merciful to me if you didn't kill me, right? Now I'll return those words back to you. As he spoke, Ling Xiao casually picked up the crippled Kong Yu and threw him to the shore. He would give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Kong Yu wanted to cripple him, then he would cripple him first. Bang! Kong Yu accurately landed in the middle of the pavilion, and unexpectedly did not hit anyone. Just this move alone was enough to make everyone present extremely shocked. Then, Ling Xiao soared into the air, jumped, and landed in the pavilion in an instant. Looking at Kong Yu, who was twitching on the ground, he sneered disdainfully. This person was so arrogant and cruel in front of him just now, but now he was like a dying dog, only left with the ability to tremble. This Ling Xiao is really as ruthless and merciless as the rumors say. I don't want to provoke him. He's simply a man. Looking at the unlucky Kong Yu, many young dancers in the pavilion felt fear in their hearts. A person like Ling Xiao was the one they could not afford to provoke. Because once he went crazy, he would kill anyone. No matter what kind of aristocratic family you are from, no matter how deep your background is, it doesn't matter. Your Majesty, look, Ling Xiao actually crippled Kong Yu in front of you. He is so cruel and ruthless. Not only did he provoke the peacock race, but he also challenged your dignity. If you don't punish this kind of person, I'm afraid that in the future, no matter who it is, they will dare to stand on your head and defecate. Yan Ping suddenly knelt in front of the Emperor and cried loudly. This guy's acting skills were not bad. He showed his anger and sadness. Of course, there was also some fear mixed in. Since Kong Yu was crippled, he would be next. He had to find a way to protect himself. Looking at the pathetic Yan Ping, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, Your Majesty is perceptive. You must have heard Kong Yu's words very clearly. He was the one who first turned the competition into a duel. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. In this place, I'm afraid only you, Yan Ping, would be so shameless. You're lying through your teeth like a fart. Kong Yu was just joking. How could he do that in front of the Emperor? You, on the other hand, are ruthless and ruthless. Everyone saw it. Yan Peng roared. There's really no reason to talk to a shameless person like you. If the one lying here was me, I'm afraid you would be very happy and even step on me. Ling Xiao said coldly. I almost forgot one thing. You seem to have promised that you would fight me after I defeated Kong Yu. This is a promise to the Emperor. Are you trying to deceive the Emperor? Your Majesty, I only said that I would have a duel with him, but I didn't say it would be a duel like this. If it's just a duel, I can agree, Yan Peng hurriedly said. The crime of deceiving the Emperor was a capital crime. He didn't dare to commit it no matter what. Ling Xiao, Kong Yu's matter is because of him. I won't pursue it. The duel between you and Yan Peng is just an ordinary duel. Don't go too far, okay? The Emperor thought for a moment and said, I'll listen to your Majesty's orders. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Since you said to go too far, I'll go too far. Let's do it here. Yan Peng was afraid that if he went too far, even the Emperor couldn't help him, so he hoped to have the duel in the pavilion. That way, he wouldn't have to worry too much. I'll listen to you. Let's do it here. Ling Xiao smiled and kicked Kong Yu to the side. Then, he stood in the middle of the field and waved at Yan Peng. Yan Peng walked to the edge of the field trembling with fear, but he hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to step in. He knew very well that he was absolutely no match for Ling Xiao. After all, even Kong Yu was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He was still far from Kong Yu. Hurry up and come up. Don't lose face for your peacock clan. Ling Xiao laughed sarcastically. Yan Peng, you trash. With this young master here, he can't hurt you. Jia Yun suddenly shouted. Young Master Jia, you must not let this kid cripple my cultivation. Yan Peng said pitifully to Jia Yun. Don't worry, he won't dare. Jia Yun didn't know where his confidence came from, but he boldly said, if he cripples you here today, he can forget about leaving Ling Yu courtyard. Ling Xiao had originally planned to stop here and let Yan Peng lie in bed for a month or two, but now that Jia Yun said this, he had to cripple Yan Peng. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean that he, Ling Xiao, was afraid of that idiot Jia Yun? With Jia Yun's guarantee, Yan Peng finally mustered up his courage and walked into the field. In his view, no matter how daring Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't dare to behave so atrociously in the territory of the Righteous Alliance, right? He might as well take the risk of getting injured and have a spar. It was better than having his cultivation crippled or killed. So, the moment Yan Peng stepped into the field, Ling Xiao moved. It was indeed stopping here. The finger of his right hand pointed at Yan Peng's body. This didn't violate the decree of the Emperor Lord. Everything happened so quickly. After Ling Xiao pointed at Yan Peng, he retreated back to his seat. His speed was so fast that it left one flabbergasted. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You have some self-awareness. Come. This young master will reward you with a cup of wine. Seeing that Yan Peng was standing there unscathed, Jia Yun laughed heartily. He even raised a cup of wine and condescendingly handed it to Yan Peng, as if he was rewarding his servant. Aya! But before he could finish laughing, Yan Peng suddenly screamed, his body fiercely trembling as he vomited blood, his face ghastly pale. Chapter 10:23. You actually crippled me! Only Yan Peng knew what had happened. Although on the surface, Ling Xiao had only poked him a little, in reality, the pocket-sized shadow all had already pierced his body and begun to wreak havoc in his heaven meridians. Seeing this scene, everyone in the crowd felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was truly arrogant and unscrupulous. Whether it was the Emperor Lord or Jia Yun, or even the Righteous Alliance, it was as if they didn't exist before him. He was a complete madman. No one was willing to provoke such a person. This was especially true for the members of the imperial household and the great clans. The people they liked to bully were those who meekly submitted to adversity. As the saying went, a kind horse would be ridden and a kind man would be bullied. The more one tolerated, the more excessive these people would be. Thus, Ling Xiao would never tolerate such things. If it was just cursing or slandering, he wouldn't care. But if someone wanted to cripple him or kill him, what was there to tolerate? Kill without mercy. Only bloody revenge could make these arrogant members of the imperial household understand who they could not afford to provoke. Kneeling on the ground, Yen Ping glared venomously at Ling Xiao. He had finally tasted the retribution of evil. I presume that you have never heard of the phrase a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye before. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The moment you urged Kong Yu to cripple me, you were destined for tragedy. Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at Yen Ping and said, You hate me very much right now, don't you? But I seem to recall that at the Divine Phoenix Auction House, you seemed very happy when you killed those human slaves. Have you never thought that one day, such an ending would also befall you? He did not kill Yen Ping, because Yen Ping's life belonged to Qin Hua. In the Divine Phoenix Auction House, Yen Ping had killed Qin Hua's little brother in front of him. This grudge was as deep as the ocean. After saying this, he drank a cup of wine and then looked around. Now, is there anyone else willing to help Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui teach me a lesson? It just so happens that I'm short of money right now, so I can earn some pocket money. Other than the monarch, any one of you can come and fight with me, including you. Phoenix Cry Wushan! And you, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow! You two aren't good people either. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? A domineering and provocative voice resounded in the pavilion. Everyone present furrowed their brows as their pupils contracted. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Did he not even put Phoenix Cry Piao Shui and Phoenix Cry Wushan in his eyes? Ling Xiao was still drinking and eating. He didn't put these people in his eyes. Of course, Phoenix Cry Wushan and Phoenix Cry Piao Shui were both part of the 10 Great Phoenix Suns and were more powerful than Peacock Phoenix Sun and Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. Even if he wasn't a match for Zhang Xian, it would still be a good opportunity for him to temper his battle techniques. As for the remaining people, Feng Yanran and Feng Qingyan could not possibly be his enemy. He had already eliminated the possibility of an imperial emperor. As for the rest of the trash, he really didn't care about any of them. If the other party wanted to die, he did not mind sending the other party off. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with dread, their eyes flickering. Because they were afraid of Ling Xiao, especially Ling Xiao's decisive character. Fighting with him was not a joke. He might be the next Kong Yu or the next Yen Ping. Don't lower yourself to the lunatic's level! Very soon, these people found a way out for themselves. However, in the field, there were still 3 fighting intents that suddenly rose up and landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao put down his wine cup and looked up. He could not help smiling as he said, It's indeed the 3 of you. Who's first? These 3 people, one was Jia Yun, one was Phoenix Cry Wushan, and one was Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow. The 3 people did not reply. They seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. They were unable to determine Ling Xiao's true cultivation. However, just now, Ling Xiao only used 6 Arts Heaven Early Stage Cultivation and crippled Kong Yu, who was at 8 Desolate Heaven Early Stage Cultivation. This kind of strength that surpassed cultivation realms to challenge was truly frightening. Phoenix Cry Wushan was a cautious person. Although he was much stronger than Kong Yu, he did not want to make a move. The reason why he released the fighting intent was just that he did not want to show weakness. If he really lost, that would be embarrassing. And even if he won, one of the dignified 10 Great Phoenix Suns, defeating Ling Xiao was also not something worth bragging about. Moreover, he still wanted to get some medicinal pills from Ling Xiao. Although their relationship was stiff now, they had not completely fallen out with each other after all. If he wanted to buy, he could still buy, but if they completely fell out, then there would be no chance at all. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head, saying, Ha ha ha, I admire Brother Ling's courage. However, I won't do that kind of thing where the strong bully the weak. After you also enter the ranks of the 10 Great Phoenix Suns, let's have a good fight again. Now that he said this, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui could no longer spar with Ling Xiao. If she went up, wouldn't that be the same as saying that she was not as magnanimous as Phoenix Cry Wushan? In any case, there were plenty of opportunities to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was safer and more convenient to do it secretly than in front of so many people. I also don't like to bully the weak. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui finally gave up. As for Jia Yun, he was somewhat hesitant. His strength was only at the peak of 8 Desolation Heaven. Although he was stronger than Kong Yu, he had not surpassed 8 Desolation Heaven. Thus, he was now considering whether it was worth it to fight with a madman like Ling Xiao. His chances of winning were perhaps only about 50%. Wait until I reach the 9th heavenly layer, then I'll deal with you, brat. He hoped that his chances would be higher. In any case, he was already at the peak of 8 Desolation Heaven, and was not far from the 9th heavenly layer. Moreover, the Righteous Alliance was currently focusing on nurturing him. With his talent, there was no need for him to take the risk here. If he lost, Ling Xiao would definitely not let him go. If things went wrong, his cultivation might even be crippled. Even if he won, if news of him defeating Ling Xiao on his own territory got out, others would only say that he had used some sort of trick. Moreover, even if he won, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he would have to waste a very long time cultivating. It was simply not worth it. With this thought in mind, he shook his head and said, "This is Ling Yu's villa. I don't bully people." The 3 of them had the greatest chance of defeating Ling Xiao, but none of them were willing to fight. Thus, the others were even less likely to fight with Ling Xiao. No one wanted to end up like Kong Yu and Yan Peng. What a pity! None of them are willing to exchange pointers. I've lost out on several tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Your Majesty, where should I go to collect these 20 million low-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You can collect them from the Bureau of Revenue later. The Emperor Lord was not very happy. He stood up and said, We are not feeling well, so we will return first. You can continue. Farewell, Emperor Lord. Everyone stood up and watched as the Emperor Lord left the pavilion. Only after he left Ling Yu's villa did they sit back down. Chapter 1024. A perfectly good banquet was ruined by some untactful people, Jia Yun said in a bad mood. That's right. If it wasn't for someone who suggested using martial arts to liven things up, today's banquet would have been joyous and harmonious. Young Master Jia, you're right. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He naturally knew that Jia Yun was talking about him, but he still brought the fire to Feng Ning Wushan. After saying that, he did not care about what Jia Yun wanted to say. He stood up and said, The Emperor has left. This banquet is meaningless to me. Farewell. After saying that, he went straight down the stairs. Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanren also left with him. When the 3 of them arrived outside Ling Yu's courtyard, they were surprised to find that Crown Prince Feng Yinshan's palanquin was still there. Your Highness hasn't returned yet? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. You haven't left, so how can this little king leave? Get on the palanquin, I have some intimate words that I want to tell you. Yanran, you and Uncle Qingyan can get on the other palanquin. Feng Yinshan smiled and said. After getting on the palanquin steadily headed in the direction of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Your Highness, what is it? You can say it now. Since you treat me with sincerity, I am naturally willing to repay you with sincerity. With your words, this little king is satisfied. Feng Yinshan smiled and said, Since you already know about the border trial, I won't say anything more. I only want to tell you one thing. If you still want to rebuild the sacred dynasty of the human race and destroy the true Devil Empire, then this time, when you go to the border to fight with the Black Crow Empire, it would be best if you can obtain a large amount of military merits. Is there a necessary connection between these two? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course there is a connection, Feng Yinshan replied. Why did the true Devil Empire ally with the Divine Phoenix Empire? Because their strength is still very weak. Once the Divine Phoenix Empire sends troops to attack, they will fall into a dilemma and be attacked from the front and back. Ling Xiao replied. As expected, you're smart. Since you've already seen through the logic within, then you should understand that as long as the Divine Phoenix Empire sends out their troops, even if they can't destroy the true Devil Empire, you can still completely rebuild the human race's sacred dynasty, and take the opportunity to expand your influence. Feng Yishan said with a smile. I understand. Hearing this, Ling Xiao completely understood what Feng Yishan meant. What your highness means is that as long as I obtain enough military merits, I can become an important figure in the Divine Phoenix Empire. At that time, you will have an extremely high chance of winning the election, and after you win, you will agree to send troops to attack the true Devil Empire, right? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad. It's really easy to talk to smart people. Feng Yishan nodded and said, There are 2 things you need to do now. One is to continuously increase your strength. Although I don't deny that you are very strong, it is far from enough. The other point is to obtain a large amount of military merits, so that the Emperor has no choice but to reward you. I can also mediate between them. Your Highness is a good schemer. I will naturally go to the northern desert city. I will naturally obtain military merits as well. Ling Xiao didn't completely trust Feng Yishan. After all, in the history of the profound world, there were many emperors who were very close to their brothers before they ascended the throne. However, after they ascended the throne, they completely changed their faces. It wasn't uncommon for them to kill their close ministers. But he didn't need to completely trust Feng Yishan. Feng Yishan was using him. Wasn't he also using Feng Yishan? As long as he temporarily became a member of the Crown Prince Feng Yishan, then at least outside, most people wouldn't dare to easily provoke him. This was a great benefit. In addition, he would gradually know some of the internal secrets of the Divine Phoenix Empire. In the future, he would have absolute confidence in countering Feng Yishan. Feng Yishan had his own ideas. He also had his own ideas. First, he would join forces with Feng Yishan to deal with Feng Mingqishan. After completely destroying him, he would turn around and fight with Feng Yishan for the ownership of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He wasn't Ji Fuling or Yu Xianwei. He wasn't as noble as those two. Those two could return the imperial throne to the Phoenix clan, but he wouldn't. Only when the imperial power was tightly held in his own hands would he feel most at ease. Therefore, no matter what, he had to obtain as many military merits as possible in this border trial. Moreover, he hadn't seen Ji Ning in a long time. This time, he could go to Northern Desert City and reminisce about the past. In addition, the large blades in the hands of Qinhua and the others were already thirsting for battle. After all, they were all soldiers. If they only stayed in one place to cultivate, even if their cultivation increased by a lot, it wouldn't be enough if they didn't have enough actual combat experience. He planned to bring these people along for this border trial. Not only would it be safer, it would also have the effect of strengthening their training. Brother Ling has such lofty aspirations, so this little king is also at ease. If this little king obtains the position of emperor, I will definitely help you lead the army to drive away the true Devil Empire and restore the prosperity of the sacred dynasty. It can be considered as returning home in glory. Feng Yishan smiled. Ling Xiao also smiled. This promise was really very attractive. Think about it, Ling Xiao, the chosen one who wasn't favored by many in the past, and Ling Xiao, who was even hated by many direct descendants of the sacred dynasty, if he returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent, defeated the insufferably arrogant True Devil Empire, and rebuilt the human race's sacred dynasty. These people's faces would probably be even redder than soldering iron. Now, Ling Xiao felt that coming to the Divine Phoenix continent was the right choice. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in staying on the Heavenly Dragon continent. According to those who came from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Northern Han was content to stay in a corner of the Heavenly Dragon continent, and didn't have any lofty aspirations. Northern Han's imperial family, and the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family were still arguing over who would lead the army against the demon-suppressing empire. On the contrary, the Heavenly Logic League developed rapidly under the tacit approval of the True Devil Empire. The Heavenly Logic Academy had now become the #1 academy on the Heavenly Dragon continent. almost all humans were willing to cultivate at the Heavenly Logic Academy. On the other hand, the Heaven's Choice Academy, due to lack of funds and internal and external troubles, had not improved. Wu Xian worked very hard, but in the end, he wasn't the ruler of a country. There were many things that he couldn't change. Although there weren't many old and young remnants of the sacred dynasty, there were many experts among them. Not only did they compete for power with Northern Han, they even wanted to control the Heaven's Choice Academy. The Moon Maiden was in secluded cultivation and didn't pay attention to outside matters. The highest Holy Emperor was in secluded cultivation to recuperate, and might only come out after several decades. Unless the true Devil Empire invaded, these two yin-yang realm experts wouldn't interfere with outside matters. Ling Xiao felt that the sacred dynasty was rotten to the core. Therefore, it had to be completely uprooted and rebuilt. The current chaos in Northern Han wasn't necessarily a bad thing. When he returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent, it would be time for the sacred dynasty to be reborn from the ashes. Just thinking about it made him excited. Many thanks, Your Highness. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yishan. Between the two youths, they had already begun to work together to stir up chaos in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Although they had only taken the first step, if they didn't accumulate steps, they wouldn't be able to cover 1,000 li. Soon, everything would change. Chapter 1025. Feng Yishan and Ling Xiao chatted until they reached Qingshu College. Only then did Feng Yishan leave in a palanquin. He could feel that Ling Xiao might become his strongest competitor in the future. However, it was necessary for him to cooperate with Ling Xiao. Outside the imperial city, in a seemingly ordinary house. Very few people outside knew that there was actually a huge cage hidden under this house. The people inside were all powerful prisoners of war and beasts. At this moment, a person was standing in a cage. He was dressed in black armor, and had clean and neat short hair. His face was filled with an incomparable domineering and majestic aura. He was close to 2 meters tall, and his muscles were bulging all over his body. In front of him was a giant tiger that was 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Roar! The giant tiger roared and pounced at the strong man. Its huge body brought about a fishy wind, and it actually shook the sturdy iron cage until it made cracking sounds. Facing the attack, the man slowly raised his hand, and a halberd appeared in his hand. Then, he brought about a violent flame tornado and stabbed at the giant tiger. Unparalleled roaring flame spear! The shadow of the spear flashed, and the giant tiger's huge body could not move an inch. Instead, it was sent flying by the terrifying force and crashed into the cage. Roar! The giant tiger was furious. A mere human had actually injured it. How could it endure such humiliation? Switch! The black-armored man put away the halberd and stood to the side. Another person walked in from outside the cage. This person was dressed in black and completely wrapped himself in darkness. He exuded a cold, killing intent, like a ghost. The roaring giant tiger did not care who he was. It only knew that it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. Although the black-clothed man was not as domineering as the previous person, he was more agile. His ghost-like figure flashed and actually arrived beside the giant tiger first. Then, the dagger in his hand mercilessly stabbed at the giant tiger's body. The giant tiger's reaction was also very fast. It swung its tail and smashed it at the black-clothed man. However, when the tail swept past the black-clothed man, it only hit an afterimage. The black-clothed man had appeared above the giant tiger's head and stabbed the dagger down. The giant tiger was stabbed to the ground. You two are really too much. What's the point of bullying a tiger? Come, let's exchange a few moves. At this moment, a bright and cheerful voice sounded. The people inside and outside the cage all turned their heads to look. The newcomer was dressed in black, looking capable and cool. His long hair danced in the wind, making him look very dashing. Greetings, young master! These people all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the newcomer. Get up, all of you! I've already said this many times. There's no need to care about these formalities now. Your strength is the key. The person who came was precisely Ling Xiao, and the ones who fought with the giant tiger before were respectively Meng Tong and Xian. This guy, Meng Tong, seemed to especially worship his general Qin Hua. Thus, even his weapon was exactly the same as Qin Hua's. He also imitated Qin Hua's moves. However, due to the different characteristics, the same moves were completely different. Meng Tong advocated power, so his moves were incomparably tyrannical. Qin Hua, on the other hand, was even more balanced and at ease. Everyone else continued to train. Remember, as long as you don't die, train like crazy. The battlefield is even crueler than this. Meng Tong, Xian, the two of you are in charge of supervising them. Qin Hua gave the order, then walked towards Ling Xiao and said, After not seeing you for a few days, young master's strength has increased by quite a bit. You've already advanced to the late stage of 6 arts heaven, right? Haha, as expected, I can't hide it from General Qin. I see that Meng Tong and Xian seem to have broken through as well. The effect of your training is not bad. Ling Xiao did not hide his strength when he came here. Thus, Qin Hua could naturally see his cultivation. Meng Tong is now at the peak of 7 stars heaven, and Xian is at the peak of 6 arts heaven. They have indeed broken through. This is all thanks to the heaven origin crystals you gave them. Qin Hua said with a smile. Young master, fighting with these wild beasts is too boring. Why don't the two of us give it a try? Meng Tong was a boorish person, a true martial fanatic. However, his status in the eyes of these soldiers was extremely high. This was because Meng Tong had always been at the forefront in battle. His skin was rough, his flesh was thick, and his strength was extraordinary. In addition, his strength was not bad. He was simply the idol of these soldiers. In the entire army, other than General Qin Hua, the person they admired the most was Meng Tong. In comparison, although they were grateful to Ling Xiao and were also very respectful towards Ling Xiao, they might not be willing to obey Ling Xiao's orders in their hearts. It was even possible that they viewed Meng Tong's orders as more important than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also discovered this point. He knew very well that unless he defeated Meng Tong, it would be impossible for him to obtain these people's trust. These people would not view him as a brother. They would merely view him as a benefactor. However, what Ling Xiao wanted was not to be their benefactor. Instead, he wanted to become their brother, their leader. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. He was not a match for Qin Hua. After all, Qin Hua was already a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. However, he still had confidence in dealing with Meng Tong. Of course, he was very clear about this in his heart. However, these soldiers did not know, nor did they think so. In their opinion, even if Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6 arts, he would at most be at the same level as Xian. He would definitely be inferior to Meng Tong. One had to know that Meng Tong was someone who could even beat beasts that were stronger than him to death, let alone a martial artist. In their opinion, even if Ling Xiao's cultivation caught up to Meng Tong, he might not be a match for Meng Tong. Let alone the current Ling Xiao's cultivation was inferior to Meng Tong. It was even far inferior. Even Qin Hua thought so. So when he heard Meng Tong's words, he was the first to berate him. Meng Tong, what are you doing? Impudent! Young master is our benefactor. Does it matter if his strength is strong or weak? General Qin, you don't have to be harsh on Meng Tong. Today, I returned from Ling Yu's courtyard and fought with someone. I'm still a little excited now. Since Meng Tong has this intention, then let's compete. Ling Xiao stopped Qin Hua and stood up with a smile. For the sake of completely turning these people into his own people, for the sake of truly sharing weal and woe, sharing life and death, this battle was unavoidable. Young master, are you really willing? Meng Tong asked excitedly. Of course I'm willing, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, young master, don't worry. I won't hurt you. You're our benefactor. I'll be lenient. If these words were said by someone else, Ling Xiao would probably frown. Because it would definitely be sarcasm and ridicule. But when these words came from Meng Tong's mouth, There was absolutely no meaning behind them. This guy was really afraid that he would beat Ling Xiao up. That was why he said those words. He did not refute. In the battle later, everything would naturally become clear. Meng Tong was a soldier. His perception towards danger might be more sensitive than many people. If he felt danger, he would definitely go all out. Chapter 1026. The rest of you, take a rest first. Make some space for Meng Tong and young master. Qin Hua saw that Ling Xiao wanted to continue the fight and did not stop him. He only gave Meng Tong a signal with his eyes, telling him to go easy on Ling Xiao. Young master, I'm coming! Meng Tong shouted. He did not take out his sky piercer. Instead, he swung his fists and smashed over. Those huge fists were like two iron hammers. They carried a terrifying energy as they rushed over. That idiot! I told him to go easy on him. Why is he so heavy? Seeing this scene, Qin Hua was a little anxious. He wrapped his hands with heavenly elemental energy, and was ready to save Ling Xiao at any time. Bang! Ah! The moment the two collided, the jaws of the crowd dropped to the ground. Almost everyone had their mouths wide open as they looked at this scene in disbelief. They originally thought that under this attack, even if Ling Xiao was not injured, he would at least be pushed back a dozen meters. But the reality was that Ling Xiao stood there without moving. One of his hands was gently placed on Meng Tong's fist. Yet, he was able to make Meng Tong unable to move an inch. Meng Tong, I told you to go easy on him. You don't have to go easy on him. Qin Hua shouted. This guy doesn't even know how to go easy on him. This is too obvious. I didn't. I used at least half of my strength. Meng Tong shouted with a red face. Ling Xiao smiled. He leaned to the side and moved his hand away. Meng Tong rushed out and smashed a huge hole in the half-meter thick stone wall with his fists. What's going on? The crowd was shocked again. Meng Tong's attack power was not weak. How could Ling Xiao block it so easily? Ling Xiao looked at Meng Tong and said, General Meng, take out your sky piercer. Otherwise, today's battle will be too boring. You can't compete with me in terms of strength. Although Ling Xiao's immemorial golden dragon was temporarily sealed, his strength was not. If it was purely a competition of strength, 3 Meng Tongs would not be his match. All right. This time, I'll go all out. After knowing how powerful Ling Xiao was, Meng Tong wouldn't go easy on him. Because he knew that he didn't need to go easy on Ling Xiao. You'd better give it your all, or I might kill you. In that instant, Ling Xiao's killing intent rushed towards Meng Tong. Of course, he was just joking. He wouldn't kill Meng Tong, but he would still beat Meng Tong half to death. After all, he had to let this guy remember that he absolutely couldn't underestimate his enemy on the battlefield. All right, then I'm sorry, young master. I'll use all my strength to deal with you. In that instant, the halberd appeared in Meng Tong's hand. After that, the terrifying battle intent continued to rise. The aura from the tip of the spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The spear is the guts of 100 soldiers. The sky piercer was the king of spears. Since ancient times, cultivators who could use the sky piercer skillfully were usually very domineering cultivators with great strength. At the same time, a long spear phantom appeared behind Meng Tong. His martial soul was actually a long spear martial soul. No wonder he learned to use the sky piercer like Qin Hua. It didn't seem to be a complete knockoff. The sky piercer was also a type of spear. Coupled with the long spear martial soul, its combat strength was absolutely terrifying. The battle intent erupted, and the surroundings seemed to have sunk into a battlefield of slaughter. The austere aura caused the surrounding soldiers to become vigilant. Meng Tong was a general. He wasn't just a cultivator. Therefore, his battle intent was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. It was truly tempered on the battlefield. The terrifying battle intent could even directly tear a person's soul to shreds. Meng Tong really dares to use his full strength. When this guy goes crazy, even he himself is afraid. He's simply a monster on the battlefield. Jinhua couldn't help but sigh. In the past, on the battlefield, Meng Tong was called a savage beast by the enemy. When this guy charged forward recklessly, even wild beasts would be afraid. Young master won't be in danger, right? At this moment, the surrounding soldiers started to worry about Ling Xiao again. Meng Tong only used half of his strength when he attacked just now. It was pure strength. And only half of it was used. This time, not only did he erupt with all his strength, but he also used heaven essence energy. Could Ling Xiao withstand such a terrifying explosion? This kind of strength, probably even the monsters of 8 desolate heaven would not dare to take this attack head-on. As for 6 arts heaven cultivation realm cultivators, they would probably be easily killed. Even 7 stars heaven cultivation realm cultivators would be seriously injured if not dead. They all owed Ling Xiao a favor. They were all people that Ling Xiao saved from Piping Island. Naturally, they didn't wish to see Ling Xiao get injured. The battle intent is not bad. I wonder how the attack power is. Ling Xiao stood there like an ordinary person. He didn't release the slightest bit of battle intent. However, to be able to remain motionless in Meng Tong's terrifying battle intent storm and even have a smile on his face, this was not easy. Apart from Jinhua, no one present could do it. But Ling Xiao did it. Young master, are you not going to make a move? Meng Tong asked. Don't worry and attack boldly. When the time comes, I will naturally take action. Ling Xiao gently touched his storage ring and the golden crow's sword appeared in his hand. Blazing rays of light shot out in all directions. There was no coldness, but an incomparably domineering aura. Come! The longsword pointed at Meng Tong. The originally ordinary soaring clouds suddenly seemed to merge with the treasured sword. The terrifying sword intent tore through the void like an unsheathed treasured sword piercing Meng Tong's battle intent that was constantly rising. Boom! The collision of the wills of both sides formed a soul storm, causing many of the cultivators in the crowd to turn pale. Obviously, their souls were injured. How terrifying! He's only 16 years old. How can he have such a powerful sword intent? He can actually compete with General Meng Tong. This is a true genius. No wonder he was the only one who could save us from Piping Island. If it was someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it. Ling Xiao stood there with the long sword pointed at Ling Xiao. His long hair fluttered in the soul storm. His entire body was emitting sword intent without the slightest flaw. It was as elegant as the body of the sword. Mighty and extraordinary. I seem to have seen a mortal king. I've never seen a mortal king, but young master is definitely the most unfathomable person I've ever seen. Some experts might be powerful, but you could tell they were powerful with a single glance. Jinhua was one example. But Ling Xiao was different. His strength couldn't be seen. Only after experiencing it would one understand how terrifying he was. Ha! Meng Tong suddenly roared and took a step forward to welcome Ling Xiao's sword intent. The halberd's aura skyrocketed. A gale actually blew around him, shattering the fist-sized rocks in an instant. The moment Fang Tian appears, he's invincible. If Buddha blocks, he'll kill Buddha. If God blocks, he'll kill God. Every word from his mouth wasn't just a word. These words were the embodiment of his will. When they merged with his battle intent, it actually caused his aura to skyrocket. Chapter 1027. So strong! Ling Xiao could not help revealing a smile. He did not know what martial art Meng Tong cultivated, but it was definitely not weak. Otherwise, it was impossible to erupt with such a powerful aura. Of course, the stronger Meng Tong was, the happier he was. Come on, use your strongest attack and let me see what you're made of. Ling Xiao did not walk forward. He stood there like an eternal and indestructible war god. Even if there were monstrous waves and raging winds, it was unable to move him in the slightest. Young master, be careful! Meng Tong's move was already condensed to the extreme. Even in terms of aura, victory or defeat could not be determined. But after all, a battle could not only depend on aura. The final result was the way of the king. When his voice landed, the halberd in Meng Tong's hand trembled. All the fighting spirit that erupted suddenly disappeared and then completely condensed on the tip of the spear. The overwhelming fighting spirit that almost made many of the surrounding soldiers unable to bear was actually instantly compressed to the size of the tip of the spear. Once released, how terrifying would it be? Good! Facing this spear, Ling Xiao was not stingy with his praise. Then on the golden crow's sword, 2 colors of black and white continuously condensed. Slaughter and destruction sword intents also merged into one with it. 100 War God's Spear. Light Shadow Divine All. Rumble. The violent sounds reverberated through the ground like thunder. Many of the soldiers were caught off guard and were knocked to the ground by the terrifying impact. Their faces were filled with fear. Terrifying. Really too terrifying. They originally thought that Meng Tong was a monster, powerful until it made people fearful. They did not expect that this seemingly cultured and refined Ling Xiao was actually so powerful too. It had only been a single exchange, but the commotion it had caused had already convinced them completely. In this battle, even if Ling Xiao lost, they would also be convinced. With such a person leading, their future was bound to be bright. The terrifying confrontation was still continuing. But those with sharp eyes would discover that Meng Tong actually started to retreat. On the ground, terrifying cracks were already stomped out by him. His legs sank into the soil, but he was still pushed back. Die! A word suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's mouth. Everyone shuddered violently. At that moment, they seemed to have seen the god of death appear. The entire underground seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. A moment later, the rumbling stopped. The explosive aura also disappeared. Meng Tong stood there in a daze. A sword was pointed at his neck, and on the tip of the sword, there was a touch of captivating red. I lost! I lost! Meng Tong laughed bitterly and said, I didn't expect that Sir is actually so formidable. Even if I unleash all of my abilities, I'm also not your match. Your weakness is that there are too few variations in your moves, but this is also your strength. The key is who you're fighting. Ling Xiao smiled and put away his sword. Then, he patted Meng Tong's shoulder and said, Ordinary people naturally can't see your flaws. So, maintaining your current style might be the best. There's no need to change. He said this because he was worried that after this battle, Meng Tong would change his fighting style because he lost to him. If that happened, he would take the wrong path. I understand. Sir's sword just now almost made me think that I was going to die. That terrifying killing sword intent was really terrifying. At this moment, Meng Tong was willing to serve Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he was completely convinced of Ling Xiao's abilities. In the past, it was to repay a debt of gratitude. Now, it was to serve sincerely. There seemed to be no difference between the two, but in reality, the difference was huge. To repay a debt of gratitude, he would always treat himself as an outsider, and Ling Xiao as his benefactor. And to serve sincerely, that was to completely treat Ling Xiao as one of his own, as a brother. The surrounding soldiers also cast looks of admiration and reverence at Ling Xiao. A 16-year-old youth was actually so powerful. This made them feel somewhat ashamed of their own inferiority. Sir, your sword intent should already be at the small success stage. The 7th level of the small success stage. It's not far from the large success stage. Ling Xiao's cultivation was improving. His light and shadow profound was improving. At the same time, his sword intent was also improving. Because of this, his battle strength was always very strong. Unlike many cultivators who focused on improving their cultivation, but in the end, their martial techniques and martial arts couldn't keep up. He wouldn't. Sir is really amazing. Something as unpredictable as sword intent can be improved continuously. It really makes me feel ashamed. Jinhua smiled bitterly and said, Although my cultivation is already at the Grotto Heaven realm, my battle intent is only at the entry level. I'm still unable to break through to the small success stage. Sword intent was also a type of battle intent. It was just that there were more people who used swords, so it was listed separately. To be able to comprehend battle intent and use it was very difficult in itself. It was said that out of 100,000 cultivators, 10,000 could awaken battle intent. And out of these 10,000, only 1,000 could solidify battle intent and cultivate it to the entry level. And out of these 1,000, there were only a few people who could raise their battle intent to the small success stage. Therefore, although many people could erupt with a powerful aura, it was unconscious. It wasn't considered battle intent, and it couldn't be used for battle, attack, or defense. This depends on fate. I really can help you. I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, The border trial is about to begin. At that time, I'll put you under the command of the Northern Desert City's City Lord, who is also the Divine Phoenix Empire's great General Ji Ning. As long as you have enough military merits, you can completely break away from the status of slaves. Really? These people were still slaves now. At least in the records of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were still slaves. To break away from this status, it wasn't something that could be done just by saying it. They must have military merits. So when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they were incomparably excited. Of course it's true. But you should know that the battlefield in the Divine Phoenix Empire is more dangerous than the Sky Dragon continent. So you must quickly increase your strength. In terms of weapons and equipment, I'll think of a way for you. You don't have to worry about this. Ling Xiao reminded. Sir, don't worry. We'll definitely cultivate with all our might. Qin Hua nodded and said, Remember, your lives now are not only yours, but also mine. I won't allow any of you to die. So you must do your best to survive, and witness the day when the sacred dynasty regains control of the profound world. Ling Xiao said loudly. Yes. Their voices rang out in unison. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Martial artists who came from the military were indeed different. Their discipline was very good. The missions that he gave them, they would perfectly complete them. This made him feel very relieved. Continue cultivating. I won't disturb you anymore. Taking advantage of the night, Ling Xiao left this mysterious house. Just like when he came, he was like a ghost, silent and without a trace. With the combination of the shadow steps and the shadow armor, unless it was a cultivator with a much higher cultivation than him, it would be difficult to detect him. Chapter 1028. After returning to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao began to use the valuable materials he bought from the Heavenly Dragon auction house to refine armor, weapons, and magic treasures. If others were to see the scene of him refining, they would be completely dumbfounded. Dozens of things were floating above the hellfire furnace at the same time, and he could control the heat perfectly. This was simply unimaginable. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finished forging all the weapons and armor and personally handed them to Qin Hua. This army of more than 300 people would be the Iron Mask Army. That would shake the world in the future. This was because they all wore special metal masks on their faces. Not only did they look ferocious and fierce, but they also had a strong defensive effect. They could defend against physical attacks as well as spiritual attacks. They were not just for decoration. After handing over the items to Qin Hua, Ling Xiao contacted Ji Ning and asked Ji Ning to integrate this army into the Northern Desert City's army. However, Ling Xiao did not tell Feng Yishan about this matter. Ling Xiao still did not trust Feng Yishan that much. It was never wrong to be careful. A day after Qin Hua and the others left, Di Jun issued an order for the Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College to send out disciples who had not participated in the border trial to Northern Desert City. What was interesting was that Ling Xiao treated this as an opportunity to train himself. However, there were many nobles from the Phoenix Academy who did not want to go because they were afraid of death. If it were not for Di Jun's threat, there would not be more than 5 people from the Phoenix Academy who dared to go to Northern Desert City. Of course, not everyone from the Phoenix Academy was afraid of death. Ling Xiao also admitted this point. Even among the nobles, there were some who hoped to go to the battlefield to obtain military merits and be conferred the title of king. As for the Qingshu College, because the only new disciples were Ling Xiao, Haim Myunkeo, and a few others, this time, only these people and Feng Yanren would go to Northern Desert City. Feng Yanren had never been on the battlefield. She also hoped to temper herself on the battlefield. Otherwise, she would be further and further away from Ling Xiao. In the square where Ling Xiao had killed the Blood Skull, all the warriors who were going to the Northern Desert City had gathered. There was going to be a general assembly here. This was also the usual practice. Among the crowd, there was a group that seemed very special. They didn't look like soldiers because they were all wearing civilian clothes. Moreover, they didn't look like soldiers. It was obvious that they were students from Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College. At this time, Ling Xiao was in the group. Beside him were Cold Plum, Haim Myunkeo, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Long Qin, Ing Huia, Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Feng Yanran. Cold Plum had recovered much earlier than expected. However, her body was still very weak. Even though she was a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator, she could only display the strength of a 10 Directions Heaven realm cultivator. The more power she used, the greater the burden on her body. It might even be life-threatening. This 10 Directions Heaven's cultivation was forcibly limited by Ling Xiao. These people were going to the border trial together. Although the future was uncertain and might be very dangerous, they couldn't hide in the academy. However, if they were to hide in the academy, they would not be able to gain anything. This was also the reason why these people wanted to head to the border to participate in the border trial. Perhaps it was because most of the people standing beside Ling Xiao were young and beautiful girls. Many people looked at him with jealousy. Cold Plum, cold and handsome. Haim Myunkeo, noble and proud. Lan Yuer, generous and decent. Dai Yuling, gentle and considerate. Dai Yaoling, lively and lovely. Zhao Xi, dignified and beautiful. Feng Yanran, elegant and graceful. If one looked carefully, these girls were all plum orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. They were all different. Although their appearances and figures were different, they could be summed up with one word: beautiful. It was no wonder that those people were crazy with jealousy. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be aware of this. He stood there and thought about his own things. He didn't flirt with the girls. He hoped that these people beside him were not only friends, but also strength that could help him. This border trial was the best time for them to improve their strength. Unless they were really going to die, Ling Xiao would never help them. Only in this cruel trial could they improve by leaps and bounds and really grow up. These people were all talented. They were all geniuses. The most important thing was whether they worked hard or not. You must be Ling Xiao. You have good luck with women. These women, any one of them could attract bees and butterflies, not to mention several of them. On the side of Divine Phoenix Academy, there was finally someone who could not hold it in any longer, revealing a bewitching smile as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at this person. He was a stranger, so he didn't pay attention to him. With so many beautiful girls by his side, it was impossible not to attract attention. If he had to pay attention to every word they said, he would be exhausted to death. Ling Xiao, it's fine if you ignore me. When we're on the battlefield, I don't believe that you can protect each of them. You were able to kill the blood skeleton. Of course, your luck is also very good. However, on the battlefield, your mediocre skills are useless. Ling Xiao ignored that person, but that person was a bit insatiable. It's not up to trash like you to say whether it's useful or not. If you don't believe me, you can try. If you dare to touch a single hair on their heads, I'll make you regret it. Faced with such insatiable words, Ling Xiao had no choice but to speak up. Otherwise, others would think that he was easy to bully. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, that person suddenly released a cold killing intent. He actually grabbed Zhao Xi, who had the weakest cultivation among the 10 people. Although Zhao Xi's cultivation had broken through to the heaven realm, she was only at the late stage of the one-line sky realm. Her strength was the weakest among the 10 people, but she was still much stronger than the average soldier. The average strength of the soldiers on the Divine Phoenix continent was the Transcendent Realm. They were much stronger than the martial Vane Realm soldiers on the Heavenly Dragon continent. But after all, they were only soldiers. The cultivators from the two great academies were a bit worse. Therefore, Zhao Xi was definitely qualified to go to the battlefield. At the very least, her survival rate was higher than those soldiers. But here, there were no soldiers, only cultivators. So, the guy from the Phoenix Academy first targeted Zhao Xi. Remember this young master's name, Wan Qiufeng. While making his move, that person also introduced himself, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know his name. He didn't fear Ling Xiao at all. He wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao in public. Pung! Zhao Xi hurriedly dodged, but she was still sent flying by Wan Qiufeng's palm. She spat out blood and fell to the ground for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't intervene. He could help Zhao Xi, but he didn't. This was the plan he had set before. If he wanted these people to fully mature, they couldn't always hide under his protection. They had to go through what they had to go through. Ling Xiao knew that Wan Qiufeng's palm couldn't kill Zhao Xi, and that was enough. As long as Zhao Xi didn't die, he could save Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi had to bear this kind of pain. Chapter 1029. Bastard! Zhao Ji was about to attack when he saw his sister being beaten. Stop! Take this and give it to your sister. She'll be fine soon. Ling Xiao stopped Zhao Ji and handed him a healing elixir. These elixirs were made with the medicinal herbs he had snatched from the Phoenix Academy. They were free to use and refine at any time. However, their effects were better than any other healing elixir on the market. Zhao Ji took the elixir and hurriedly helped Zhao Xi up and fed her the elixir. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Qiufeng indifferently. From the moment he attacked to the moment he finished, the whole process was very fast. Moreover, he was obviously much stronger than the Blood Skull. He was even stronger than Shimin Bumi. The only reason he didn't kill Zhao Xi with one strike was that she had been cultivating very hard. Ever since her personality had changed, Zhao Xi had been following Ling Zhao's standards. She wouldn't stop cultivating even if she was tired to the point of vomiting blood. Her hard work had finally paid off. At the very least, her reaction at that moment was quite good. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. On the battlefield, even if Zhao Xi was ambushed, she wouldn't be killed. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Qiufeng, and Wan Qiufeng looked back at Ling Xiao. He said disdainfully, Ling Xiao, do you think I'm the same as that trash from the Blood Skull? I just touched your woman and injured her. What can you do to me? The people nearby all turned to look at them. This Wan Qiufeng was really domineering. Just a word of disagreement, and he immediately attacked, without a word of nonsense. Ling Xiao had kicked an iron plate this time. Although he could defeat the Blood Skull, he couldn't defeat Wan Qiufeng. After all, Wan Qiufeng was ranked 11th in the academy. This ranking was much higher than the Blood Skull's ranking of 20th. What did I do to you? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Then, he slowly drew the golden crow's sword. The sword in his hand shone with a golden light, and sword intent surged out. It looked like a golden crow that could fly away at any moment. An icy sword intent slowly rose from Ling Zhao's body, becoming more and more piercingly cold and powerful. It can't be, right? This Ling Xiao wants to attack? The people nearby were shocked when they saw this scene. They thought that Ling Xiao was definitely not as strong as Wan Qiufeng, and that he should just bear with it. Who told him to talk big? Now, he actually wanted to fight back? Wasn't he courting death? Brother Ling, why don't you give me some face? Brother Wan has only injured a woman. Women are like clothes, and brothers are like hands and feet. There's no need to be so concerned, right? At this moment, from within the Divine Phoenix Academy, another person spoke out. The one who spoke. Young Master Jia from the Righteous Alliance. She never thought that he would actually be a disciple of Divine Phoenix Academy. Your women are clothes, but mine isn't. Moreover, why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? Although Ling Xiao did not treat Zhao Xi as his woman, even if they were just friends, their relationship was not something that clothes could compare to. He was very dissatisfied with Jia Yun's words. The bystanders did not know what had happened in Ling Xiao's courtyard that day, so they did not know that Ling Xiao had crippled Kong Yu and Yan Ping. They also did not know that Ling Xiao had thrown Jia Yun into the pond. Thus, they were very surprised that Ling Xiao would dare to speak to Jia Yun of the Righteous Alliance in such a manner. Was he not afraid of offending the Righteous Alliance? Good! Very good! A dog biting Lu Dongbin, ungrateful! Jia Yun suppressed his anger and did not flare up. With his current cultivation, he was not far from breaking through. He believed that he would soon break through to the 9th heavenly layer. At that time, he would definitely let Ling Xiao know what fear was. Ling Xiao ignored him and turned back to Wan Qiufeng, lightly shaking the golden crow's sword. You hurt my woman, so I'll cut off one of your arms. With these words, sword light flashed, brimming with killing intent. There was no flashy scene or terrifying power. But that kind of speed, that splendor in that instant, was so fast that it was unbelievable. It had so easily cut off Wan Qiufeng's entire right arm. With a light swing, the golden crow's sword was wiped clean of blood. Ling Xiao put away the golden crow's sword and no longer looked at Wan Qiufeng. What terrifying strength! Is this really Qingshu College's Ling Xiao? Tsk tisk, it's a good thing that I didn't provoke him. What luck! That idiot Wan Qiufeng has set an example for us. Aya! My arm! Perhaps it was because Ling Zhao's sword had been too fast. So fast that Wan Qiufeng didn't even feel any pain when his arm had been cut off. A moment later, the heart-wrenching pain finally reached his brain, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he provoke Ling Xiao? If that sword hadn't cut his arm, but his head, he would have been dead. Thinking of this, he was so scared that he crawled away, trying to avoid Ling Xiao. At this moment, a man appeared on the general stand in the square. Seeing this man, Wan Qiufeng seemed to be emboldened again. He stood 20 meters away from Ling Xiao and shouted, Ling Xiao, remember this, I'll kill you! Nonsense! Ling Xiao pointed 2 fingers. 2 shadow awls pierced through the air. Although they were pocket-sized, they still left 2 shocking bloody holes on Wan Qiufeng's chest. Everyone was dumbfounded. The man standing on the stage was the commander of the army heading to the northern desert city. Ling Xiao actually dared to continue attacking Wan Qiufeng in front of him. He was really crazy. However, his strength was indeed strong. Wan Qiufeng, who was ranked 11th in the Phoenix Academy, didn't even have any reaction. Once, his right arm was cut off. Once, 2 bloody holes were pierced through his arm. And this was clearly the result of Ling Xiao showing mercy. Otherwise, Wan Qiufeng would have to say goodbye to this world. You better shut your mouth and be obedient. Otherwise, the next time I attack, I'll send you to hell. Ling Xiao looked at the idiot Wan Qiufeng with disdain. Then, he turned to look at Zhao Xi. Are you blaming me for not attacking earlier? Ling Xiao asked. Why would I? Brother Ling, you've already avenged me. Zhao Xi hurriedly shook her head. Ever since her personality changed, she basically became Ling Xiao's fangirl. No matter what Ling Xiao did, it was always right in her eyes. Zhao Xi, you have to remember that I had the chance to block him before he attacked you, but I didn't do so. And on the battlefield, I might not have the chance or time to save you. You might face all kinds of difficulties and even the threat of death. Do you still want to go? Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Xi very seriously. Then, he looked at the others and said, You guys too. Think about this problem carefully and make your final decision. Of course I want to go, Zhao Xi said firmly. Chapter 1030. Zhao Xi replied without any hesitation. I know that Big Brother Ling looks down on me and thinks that my cultivation is weak. But even so, I will do my best to catch up to you. Even if I die on the battlefield because of this, I will not regret it. Me too. Zhao Ji, who was standing beside Zhao Ci, also nodded and said, In the past, when we were in the Tianlong continent, the sky we saw was only as big as the mouth of the well. We had never felt the humiliation of being looked down upon and humiliated by others. But here, humans are treated like livestock and slaves. If I want to change my fate, I have to become stronger. For this, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Damn, you've already said everything. What else do I have to say? Longcheng rubbed his nose and said, Although I'm not human, my tribe's situation is worse than humans. For them, I have to fight. We're all the same. Everyone else nodded in agreement, expressing their own thoughts. I'm glad that you have made such a choice, but I'm not joking. Everything on the battlefield is unpredictable. You or I might be killed by the enemy. The result might be so cruel that you'll never be able to laugh. Do you really plan to go? Some words were easy to say, but not so easy to do. Ling Xiao was happy with his friend's choice, but it didn't mean that they would be as brave as they said they would be on the battlefield in the future. Go! No one wanted to be a coward. They also wanted to show Ling Xiao their strength and courage on the battlefield. Ling Xiao! On the general's platform, the commander-in-chief suddenly spoke. I don't want to see what happened today on the battlefield again. I hope you can understand. Commander-in-Chief Sikong, you must be joking. I, Ling Xiao, won't bully anyone. Of course, that's on the premise that they don't provoke me. If you're not blind, you should know that it was Wan Qiufeng who attacked first. That's right. The commander-in-chief heading to Northern Desert City this time was the Phoenix Academy's vice principal, Sikong Zun. Originally, this kind of thing had always been done by Fengming Wanchong. However, Fengming Wanchong had been seriously injured and was still recovering. Therefore, under the recommendation of the state teacher, this Sikong Zun had replaced Fengming Wanchong as the commander of the army. If it were anyone else, Ling Xiao would definitely give face and be more respectful. But since it was Sikong Zun, there was no need for him to be polite. Besides, what he said was the truth. How dare you talk back? As a soldier, you should be killed for talking back to your superior. Sikong Zun sneered. Commander Sikong, I hope you can understand one thing. I am not a soldier, and I am not under your command. I am going to the border for military merits. Ling Xiao said indifferently. So, it's meaningless for you to use military orders to pressure me. How dare you? Those who participate in the border trial are all under my jurisdiction. Do you dare to disobey the Emperor's will? Sikong Zun shouted angrily. He no longer needed to hide his anger towards Ling Xiao. This was because he hated Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. All right, Commander Sikong. There is no need to fight over a child. This is his first time participating in the border trial, and he doesn't know the rules. Are you a child too? The person who spoke was Feng Qingyan, who was standing beside Sikong Zun. This time, he was the deputy commander of the army and was cooperating with Sikong Zun to manage the soldiers. After all, in addition to the soldiers from Phoenix Academy and the Ice Phoenix tribe, there were also soldiers from Qinshu College and the Fire Phoenix tribe going to the border trial. If only Sikong Zun led the soldiers there would definitely be trouble. Although Feng Qingyan was the deputy commander and had to listen to Sikong Zun, he had special privileges. If Sikong Zun insisted on making things difficult for the students from Qinshu College or the soldiers from the Fire Phoenix tribe, he could object. This was also the result of the compromise between the two tribes. After all, the Emperor did not want to be enemies with the Fire Phoenix tribe. Humph! Sikong Zun snorted coldly and forcibly suppressed his anger. He also knew that now was not the time to target Ling Xiao. There would be plenty of opportunities to do so on the battlefield. Why should he be so stubborn about it now? Now, the army is marching to the Imperial City Barracks, which is 5 kilometers away from the Imperial City. That is where the army is stationed. Let's go. Sikong Zun glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. Then, he jumped onto a phoenix and flew out of the city. The people in the square also split into several groups and followed him. At this moment, there were not many people in the square. They were probably students from the two major academies, the Mirror Bureau and the Imperial Guards. These were all people who wanted to go to the battlefield to gain military merits. They had never been to the front line before and were still very different from real soldiers. After leaving the city, the army began to speed up. After about an hour, they finally arrived at the Imperial City Barracks. There were a total of 100,000 soldiers stationed here. They were originally under the command of other people, but now they were all under the command of Sikong Zun. No one knew what kind of magic potion the Grand Tutor had fed the Emperor to make him take such a risk. The Imperial City Barracks took up a very large area. When everyone arrived, the army was in an orderly manner and was training in the spacious field. There were no racial differences here. Everyone was a soldier of the Divine Phoenix Empire. The soldiers of the Divine Phoenix Empire were divided into 3 classes. They were the Young Phoenix Soldiers, the Phoenix Soldiers, and the Divine Phoenix Soldiers. These 3 classes of soldiers were completely different in terms of attire and strength. Even their statuses were very different. The Divine Phoenix Soldiers were all equipped with immortal treasured weapons and armor. They were all golden in color. The Phoenix Soldiers were all equipped with precious treasured weapons and armor. They were all silver in color. The Young Phoenix Soldiers were all equipped with premium treasured weapons and armor. They were all gray in color. Of course, these were all regular soldiers. There were also soldiers like the militia and cooks. They did not even have armor or weapons. Naturally, they did not have any colors. They were the lowest in the army. When the Sikong Zun arrived, all the soldiers who were training lined up neatly. It was as if they were one person. They were so uniform that it made people gasp in admiration. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh in his heart. If the Sacred Dynasty's army was even 1/10 of the Divine Phoenix Empire's army, they would not have lost so miserably. Even though the Sacred Dynasty's army also had some outstanding soldiers like Qin Hua's army, they were only a few. Most of them were useless, a motley crew. They could not be compared to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Greetings to Commander Sikong, Vice Commander Feng! Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the training field. All the voices actually merged into one and produced an extremely terrifying energy. It dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Ling Xiao still thought that there was no point in having more people. But at this moment, he was somewhat shaken. If 10,000 Heaven Realm martial artists could reach such a level of tacit understanding, then killing a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would be an extremely easy matter. Fortunately, the majority of martial artists were different from these soldiers. They could not be so uniform. Otherwise, it would be terrifying. This kind of boldness was really daunting. Chapter 1031. The awe-inspiring aura was awe-inspiring and filled one with emotions. One had to know that this was not all the soldiers on the training ground. There were only about 30,000 of them. The rest were either out on missions or carrying out their own duties. If 100,000 people stood here and roared at the same time, many people would probably faint on the spot. Sikong Zun and Feng Qingyan had also changed into their military uniforms. Sikong Zun was dressed in blue armor that flashed like lightning, and was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Feng Qingyan was dressed in fiery red armor that represented the Fire Phoenix tribe. He was domineering and filled with passion. Reporting! Commander Sikong, the things you asked us to prepare have been prepared. Shall we begin now? Right at this moment, a soldier in golden armor ran over to Sikong Zun's side and knelt down on one knee as he reported. All right, let's begin now. The pledge assembly is not something that can be done with just a few words. We have to express our fighting spirit with passion. Sikong Zun smiled faintly and nodded. Not long after the Divine Phoenix soldiers went down, the soldiers began to move and opened up 2 paths in the middle. At the end of the path were 2 watchtowers. The soldiers standing on the watchtowers were all Divine Phoenix soldiers. Generally speaking, the Divine Phoenix soldiers were at the Heaven Realm, while the Phoenix soldiers were half-step heavenly venerables or heaven meridian warriors. The young Phoenix soldiers were at the transcendence realm. The strength of the archers on the watchtower was at the one-line celestial realm. Although they weren't considered strong, when equipped with immortal-grade artifacts, their lethality increased by a large margin. Moreover, the closer the distance, the more frightening it was. Even if a martial artist's cultivation was much higher than theirs, they could still be injured. They could even be killed. Things did not end there. The two divine Phoenix soldiers brought over two huge savage bears. Although the savage bears looked similar to black bears, they were much larger. When they lay there, they were more than 4 meters tall. This was the favorite land mount of the divine Phoenix soldiers. They had their own savage bear riders. Savage bears were ferocious in battle. Not only could they be used as mounts, they could also fight in battle. However, they were very difficult to tame. The two barbaric bears that the divine Phoenix soldiers had brought over had owners and would not allow others to ride them easily. It seemed that the Sikung Zun wanted to use this to test the strength of the students from the two schools. What did they mean by the pledge ceremony? They just wanted to use this opportunity to let Phoenix Academy suppress Chinshu College. After all, there were more than 200 students from Phoenix Academy, while there were only 11 from Chinshu College. The disparity in numbers was huge. Theoretically speaking, the advantage should also be huge. Bang! The barbarian bear used its huge claws to fiercely slap the ground. The ground seemed to tremble because of it, and the sound was extremely shocking. This Sikong Zun is really full of tricks. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. It was obvious that the people from the Phoenix Academy were prepared. That was why they weren't nervous at all when they saw such a situation. Instead, they were excited. Some of them even looked at the people from Chinshu College with smug expressions. He had guessed correctly. This Sikong Zun was a shameless old dog. The purpose of the pledging ceremony is to show the might of our soldiers. Today, we welcome the students from the two academies to participate in the border trial. However, there is no need for cowards on the battlefield. Therefore, today's battle flag will be raised by you. Sikong Zun pointed at the battle flag fluttering behind the two arrow towers and said loudly. However, it's not that easy to obtain the battle flag. First, you have to tame the barbarian bear. Then, you have to pass through the rain of arrows and finally obtain the battle flag. The person who obtains the battle flag today will be promoted to the position of centurion. You will have the authority to command an army that is below 1,000 men and above 100 men. You will also be able to act as you wish. This was a real privilege. If he didn't have this privilege, Ling Xiao wouldn't be interested in this kind of empty title. However, if he obtained the position of centurion, he would be able to personally lead Xinhua and the others on the battlefield. Moreover, if he could act appropriately, he would be able to avoid being cheated by that old man, Sikong Zun. This was definitely an extremely good thing. To put it bluntly, acting as he wished meant that he could ignore the commander-in-chief's orders and make appropriate countermeasures according to the actual situation. He was interested in this matter, and so were the others. Especially those from Phoenix Academy. Almost all of their eyes were shining. As long as they obtained the battle flag, they would be promoted to the position of centurion. This way, it would be easier to obtain military merits on the battlefield. It was much better than acting alone. Who's first? Sikong Zun shouted loudly. Me! Me! Young people were indeed young people. They were all full of vigor and were very excited. You and you! Sikong Zun pointed at two people from Phoenix Academy. The two of them jumped into the field. After exchanging glances, they quickly rushed toward the barbarian bear. The first step was to tame the barbarian bear. These two people were ambitious and full of confidence. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Before one of them could even get close to the barbarian bear, he was kicked away by the barbarian bear. It would be foolish to treat the barbarian bear as an ordinary mount. Ling Xiao had already seen that these two barbarian bears were at least at the peak of the 6 arts heaven. Even a 7 stars heaven practitioner would find it difficult to tame them. The two people who went up first were only at the 3 talents heaven level. They were simply too impulsive. The other person's situation was slightly better. He wasn't so impulsive. Instead, he circled the barbarian bear, seemingly observing it. This made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. The barbarian bear was valiant, but it wasn't smart enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a mount. If one could find the barbarian bear's weakness, an Avalon of 5 elements practitioner might be able to tame it. However, a 3 talents heaven practitioner wouldn't be able to do so. Even though this person had been very careful and had even jumped onto the barbarian bear's back, he was still thrown off. Humph, if you can't even ride the barbarian bear, how are you going to fight on the battlefield? You're used to enjoying yourselves in the academy. Now that you're going to make a fool of yourself, you're really useless. Besides Si Kongzun, there was another deputy commander. His name was LV Chenglong, and he was a human. This person was originally the deputy commander of the Imperial City Barracks. He was a true soldier. Even though his cultivation wasn't as high as Si Kongzun's, his combat skills were definitely better than Si Kongzun's. There was a reason why the Emperor had arranged for this person to be the other deputy commander. Originally, this person was qualified to be the commander of this army. However, it was a pity that he was a human. Furthermore, he used to be Ji Ning's deputy commander. Obviously, he was guarded against. LV Chenglong was a soldier. Naturally, he looked down on those pampered academy practitioners. This was normal. Therefore, his words weren't pleasant to hear. Those who aren't confident shouldn't come up next, lest you destroy the morale. LV Chenglong shouted loudly. Even if you can't get the war flag, you have to tame the barbarian bear. If you can't even do this, you don't deserve to be on the battlefield. Chapter 1032. Let me try! Han Myung-keo suddenly stepped forward and landed in front of a passageway. Her current cultivation level was at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even though there was still a gap between her and Ling Xiao, her training speed was fast enough. As long as she mastered the technique, taming the savage bear should be a piece of cake. Humph, I'll play with you! The one who spoke was actually Wan Qiufen. This guy really couldn't change his ways. He had just been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao, and now he wanted to suppress Han Myung-keo even though he hadn't recovered from his injuries. He was really capable. Ling Xiao, just you wait. I'll definitely think of a way to torture your woman. Wan Qiufeng didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would see through his thoughts. He only stared coldly at the savage bear with a gloomy face. He was originally at the peak of the 8 Desolates Heaven, but with his right arm broken and his internal injuries, he could only display the strength of a peak of the 6 Arts Heaven. But in his opinion, this was enough to tame the savage bear. Begin! Following LV Chenglong's command, Han Myung-keo and Wan Qiufeng moved at almost the same time. Both of them actually mounted the savage bear. It was just that their methods were different. Han Myung-keo's method was obviously smarter. She specifically targeted the savage bear's weakness and suppressed it. Gradually, the savage bear calmed down and stopped resisting. Wan Qiufeng, on the other hand, completely suppressed it with his strength. It had to be said that this guy was really strong. Be careful! Just as both of them tamed the savage bear at almost the same time and were about to head to the arrow tower, Wan Qiufeng's savage bear suddenly pounced on Han Myung-keo. It was an attack without warning. If it was another peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, they would have been seriously injured or even killed on the spot. But Han Myung-keo only glanced at it coldly. Suddenly, 2 streams of air burst out from her feet and she dashed forward in an instant. Bang! The barbaric bear slammed down with its paw and smashed another barbaric bear into the ground. Fortunately, the body of the bear was tough enough. If it was Ji Mingkong, he would have been smashed into pieces. Master, he seems to be doing it on purpose, Cold Plum whispered. I originally wanted to spare his life, but it seems like he doesn't know how precious it is. Ling Xiao sneered. He was not in a hurry to kill Wan Qiufeng. This guy's existence could train the people around him, letting them know the dangers of the Jianghu and the difficulties of the battlefield, so that they would not let their guard down. However, this Wan Qiufeng must die. As for when to kill him, that would depend on his mood. Han Myungkeo and Wan Qiufeng managed to tame the bear, but they failed to pass through the watchtower. The two archers on the watchtower were very special. One of the archer's arrows was very fast and sharp, obviously the kind with high killing power. The other archer's arrow was neither fast nor sharp, but it was able to release a terrifying chill that forcefully froze the surrounding air, making it impossible for the warrior to use his movement technique. Han Myungkeo and Wan Qiufeng were both hit by an arrow. Of course, these were not fatal injuries, and were nothing to a celestial realm fighter. But even so, Han Myungkeo still made many people look at her in a new light. Some people even believed that if Wan Qiufeng's barbaric bear had not acted recklessly, Han Myungkeo would have easily reached the battle flag. Of course, this was only an if. No one knew what dangers lay beyond the watchtower. Following that, Longqin, Ingwia, and many other people from the Phoenix Academy took part in the challenge. Unfortunately, no one was able to pass through the two watchtowers. The one with the best results was Longqin. Although his cultivation was not as high as Han Myungkeo's, and was only at the early stage of 4 symbols, it was very easy for him to tame the barbaric bear. Others did not know why, but Ling Xiao knew that Longqin must have used his dragon aura. Coupled with his cultivation, taming the barbaric bear was very easy. Ingwia did not manage to tame the barbaric bear, but he still went up despite knowing that it would be so. His courage was commendable. Not to mention, his movement technique really made people's eyes light up. They were in a stalemate with the barbaric bear for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Humph, I think the two academies are just false reputations. They don't even have a decent fighter. Actually, LV Chenglong was quite satisfied in his heart. To be able to withstand the pressure of losing face and risk being injured by the barbaric bear, these people were all warriors with courage. They were qualified to be praised. However, as a general, he did not want his subordinates to be too arrogant. It was still good to suppress them. I don't believe Deputy General LV's words. A disciple of the Phoenix Academy walked out from the crowd. However, Han Myungkeo was stunned when she saw this person. Brother, why are you here? Ling Xiao was also stunned when he heard how Han Myungkeo addressed him. Han Myungkeo was the holy son of the sacred dynasty, so her brother should be the holy emperor's son. However, he had never heard Han Myungkeo mention this before. Oh, so it's your highness the holy son. Sorry for the disrespect. However, it's a pity that the sacred dynasty has already been destroyed. Even if you become the holy son, what can you do? That person was very rude to Han Myungkeo. Back then, you left in a fit of anger because father passed the position of the holy son to me. I've always been worried about your safety. Seeing you today, I'm relieved. Father has already passed away. I hope you don't blame him. Han Myungkeo sighed. Ha 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 ha, it's good that he died. It's good that he died. If he had been willing to pass the position of the holy son to me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. That person suddenly burst into laughter. Ji Zhongran, what do you mean by that? Han Myungkeo could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Don't you understand? I was the one who told Lord Yin Demon King about the layout of the sacred city, as well as the secret passageways and secret codes. Idiot, do you think I would be unhappy if that old thing died? Ji Zhongran said disdainfully. What? You actually did such an inhumane thing for the sake of the position of the Holy Sun. Do you know how many innocent people have died because of your actions? Han Myungkeo was completely dumbfounded. In fact, she had always felt guilty towards this brother of hers. Although she was not wrong, he was still her brother after all. But today, she suddenly realized that she was really stupid. She actually felt guilty and blamed herself for such a person. She was really stupid. Bah, they're just some lowly human beings. What's the big deal if they're dead? Cut the crap. Does anyone in Qingshu College dare to compete with me? Ji Zhongran suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said. He seemed to want to challenge Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not interested in him at all. This was because Ji Zhongran's cultivation was too weak. Although he was already at the peak of the 6 heavenly arts, Ling Xiao was too lazy to even look at a warrior of the same level. What, is there no one in Qingshu College who can take responsibility? A bunch of trash. Ji Zhongran's obvious provocation was also a direct provocation. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.